Members of Council, if you can please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Our next item is the Mayor's second key item, which is EX 2.5 on the capital and operating budgets. Councillor Perks, I understand you wish to go into closed session and you have a motion.
Speaker, I move that Council recess its public session to meet as Committee of the Whole in closed session to consider EX 2.5 2019 capital and operating budgets. The reason for confidential information is labour relations or employee negotiations.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so if I can ask that the council chambers be vacated, except for the staff that are here to deal with the items. Huh? Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item EX 2.5, headed 2019 capital and operating budgets. No motions were made in closed session. We will now proceed to the public debate on the item. So, we have any questions on 2.5? Councillor Layton.
Yeah, I just remark, I've got questions, but there are no staff in the room to answer them. And it's not their fault. With the new security protocols, it takes a little bit of time to. Yeah.
Okay, we'll just have a 5-minute recess and give an opportunity for the staff to get back in here, because we don't have any staff here. Well, you know what I mean. We do have some staff. You have to give them a chance to come in.
It's his, Catherine. Here.
Okay, if I can have everyone take their seats. Counselor Layton? Counselor Layton? Counselor Layton?
And if
Okay.
I could ask the accountability officers. Thank you.
Yes, Counselor Fletcher.
Council instituted new rules for security, which means that once you go out to get back, you now have to go through the wanding process. It takes a while. If there's a lineup, I think we have to be very sympathetic to that. That's the process we put in place. And people do have the right to come into the chamber, and we have to, security should say how many people are waiting. So we're not plunging ahead, and people can't be here that have come down specifically for this debate, Speaker.
The wanding chamber, it sounds like a Harry Potter story.
It's not a Harry Potter story, a wanding chamber.
The wanding in the chamber.
John? Okay, in the future, we'll look at that. Yes, no, we're
For council starting at 2 o'clock, and you're coming for that, you would come early enough. But once we've gone in camera and have to come out of camera during a council session, that does put a lot of people at a disadvantage.
no, we understand, and we're trying to get
Okay.
from security how
I
many
really-
people.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Huh? Okay, I'm told that there is no lines. So, Councillor Layton, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These are to, first we'll start to the lobbyist registrar. There were changes made at Budget Committee to your proposed budget. I'm wondering if you can tell me two things. What tasks won't you be able to perform as a result of this reduction? And two, when was the last time there was an increase in the allocation to your office?
Thank you for your question, Councillor, through you, Madam Speaker. There's two important tasks that my office has a mandate to look after according to the Toronto bylaw, and that is to ensure that lobbying disclosure is done in a timely, accurate fashion and compliance with the rules and requirements of the bylaw, and also to enforce any breaches of the bylaw. Without the enhancements that I've requested, there's a risk that there will be a decrease in compliance, meaning specifically with those two things in my mandate, there will not be the transparency that this council has put into law that's required in order to deliver on the transparency that it envisioned. And secondly, there is a chance with a decreased ability to enforce in a timely manner that our credibility as a regulator may be compromised. And in that sense, the city's vision for accountability for who is communicating with city public officials in the process of decision-making is also being compromised. And I believe your second question, I'm sorry, would you repeat your second question?
The second question was just when was the last time a change in budget allocation was made to your office?
Our staff complement has not changed since the year 2010, despite the numbers in our registry transactions having increased by 400%.
400% increase in transactions, no change in your staffing allocation in 8 years.
That's correct.
Can I ask the Ombudsman the same first question and second question?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. As you know, the Ombudsman's office is an independent office that impartially investigates the public's complaints and concerns about city services and administration. And we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of complaints from the public, and we only expect that will increase further because of the reduction in size of council and therefore fewer places that members of the public can go with their complaints of unfairness. My recommendation for an increase is a very modest $167,000 to fund 2 urgently needed staff positions, one for intake, triage, and early resolution of simple cases, and the other is for handling more complex cases. Without the increase, I believe that we will not be able to meet the service levels that we have set for ourselves to quickly respond to members of the public. I also believe that we will not be able to do broad systemic inquiries and investigations because we will just be trying to keep up with the ever-increasing inflow of complaints. And finally, we won't be able to do the very important work of proactive consultation with city staff to help them ensure that systems and processes have administrative fairness built into them. The last time that we had an increase was in 2015. We had 1 staff member added to our complement, and that had not been increased, I believe, for maybe at least 5 or 6 years prior to that.
And I'd like to leave time for the Integrity Commissioner to describe what new duties are required of our legislative requirement of your office, and how do you intend to meet them as a result of the proposed reduction in staff that's been requested by the budget committee?
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. So I think I caught the question. Through you, Madam Speaker, the office, as of Friday, has significant new responsibilities to provide statutory advice under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act to the 1,000 members of City Council and local boards in Toronto. That's comprehensive legal advice, effectively, that needs to be provided in a timely manner, and also to receive complaints about failure to comply with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which require me to complete an investigation within 180 days and potentially bring serious matters to court for court consideration. And I have a very, I have a $11,000 legal budget at present, would be clearly insufficient if there was a need arise to go to court. I think, to be fair, on a modest rate, you're talking, I did the math yesterday, it's about 30 hours. That would be quickly eaten up if there was a need for an application.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are for the Chief of Paramedics. I understand the Chief is here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chief. And I do say Chief, although they got you still as acting. Appreciate you being here. Through the chair, can you please let us know the shortfalls that we have in your division? What are we experiencing? Would you be able to elaborate, touch base on that? I mean, I've been hearing stories about because you're understaffed, the stretching that's going on, sometimes it can take about an hour to respond to a call if it's not critical.
Through the chair, through the speaker, sorry. Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. So, paramedic services have been experiencing a 4% increase for the last 10 years. And last year alone was a 5.4% increase. And our drivers in EMS are similar to most services. It's a growing population in the city. It's an aging population in the city, and last year alone, over half our calls we transported for over 55 years worth of age. We respond to more than 10% of the population in the city, and so our increases of responses to the vulnerable and marginalized community in the city. So we're experiencing those demand pressures.
Thank you for that. How many paramedics would you need over the next year or 2 years in order for us to be staffed and our city is able to respond to the calls that you're getting?
Through the Speaker, we will be coming forward with a staffing plan, a multi-year staffing plan, in the second quarter of this year through committee, and council will be presenting that. It's a multifaceted question. It's just not regards to the paramedic response, but it's also to the system piece. So our operational support, our communications folks, we're all under the pressure of responding to more demand with the same resources. So we will have that information for you in that report at that time.
Would you be able to tell us, please, how many of your staff are off because of stress? Some of them could be suffering PTSD, some could be suffering stress. How many of your staff have you lost over the last couple of months, years to stress leaves?
We currently have 67 staff off. I have 1,200 plus paramedics in the service.
And if we were to work with you and supply you the staff that you need, what are the chances that some of that staff might be able to come back?
The additional support through our wellness program with additional support on the street, our goal is to return those folks to work.
The working relationship with the union is at an all-time high, and you're working with them in order to accomplish that goal?
We have a very good working relationship currently, Councillor.
Thank you. Would I be incorrect in asking this question, and you can probably certify or not, that there's been nights that you are short-staffed and you're not able to fully respond? I would say your ALS, your advanced life-saving paramedics, sometimes you might not have enough in order to respond to the needs of our city.
We have a dynamic deployment plan, and we try to match the right paramedic with the level of acuity of patients. And at time, because it's dynamic, we will have low availability of advanced life support paramedics. However, I would say that we have doubled our ACP training in the last year and a half to increase those numbers.
Is there any move to get more of your staff? I mean, I'm talking about the you can call them such as the white shirts, the management, to get some of them into the field in order to support the staff, the paramedics, I mean, when they're short?
Yes, all our superintendents in the field are qualified paramedics, so they do provide first response where necessary. We have taken initiatives to move forward with additional resources in that area to ensure that support is there. I just want to make one comment on that, is that the backfill for our superintendents, the superintendents are our scene safety officers as well as our health and safety officers, and we need to ensure that we have those folks out there with our regulatory requirements in that way.
Last question, Chief, and I know my time is running out. Are you confident that the second quarter, working with the union, when you come back, we'll have a solid plan and we'll move us forward?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to shift for a second to winter operations. Now, currently, we're clearing about 6,000 kilometers in sidewalks, and we have a total kilometer sidewalk of 7945. One of the aspects of the review of winter operations is to do them all. Now, we can obviously throw money at this, but I understand it's more structural problems in getting to those extra 2,000 kilometers, whether they be in narrow downtown sidewalk situations or other things. If we throw as much money as we can at it, can we clear them, or is it structural and we will not be able to change that?
Through the Speaker, they're both excellent points. We are, as part of this review, looking at the budget that would be required to be able to expand service. And there are also some structural issues that are related to size of the right-of-way, encroachments on either side of the right-of-way that make it difficult to plow. But that's one of the reasons why our service request is also looking at comparable cities like Ottawa, where they have significant snow removal. And so once you get into snow removal, like the operations we're doing right now, this last week, you do see significant cost increases, but that's the reason why we're trying to get this service request done pretty quickly so we can come back with some better information for the council.
So, since Mayor Tory arrived at City Hall, we put an extra $10 million into winter operations. We've gone from $77 million to $87 million. I hope those numbers are correct.
Yes.
But going beyond that, it seems to me we're, based on earlier questions at executive, 90% of our operation is subcontracted third parties. And do you think it's a matter, once again, of throwing money at it, or is it looking at things like deployment times, service levels, and other aspects of the policy, rather than continuing to just throw money at it and have mixed results as far as customer service is concerned?
So through the speaker, I believe that we really have, I mean, one of the benefits of this service review, as we described earlier, is that we have to be able to look at those service levels. We have to look at the communications that we're doing, that we should be doing, I think, more comprehensively, and how the work actually gets done. So I would agree that talking about funding at this point before that service level is completed would be premature.
Do we go into the extreme weather reserve fund to help finance our winter operations? I don't know whether that's a. I know there's two. Yeah, there are two reserve funds. Do we dip into that?
So through you, Madam Chair, that reserve is only there in the event that we exceed our budget in any particular year.
Do we go into it normally, or it's very rare?
We haven't in the last few years as a result of the climate that we've been lucky, so to speak. But again, we'll see what this year looks like, because we know that we're quite significantly spending our way through this year's winter maintenance. But that's there as a overhold.
Right. I understand we haven't been into it since the ice storm of 2013. Switching the questions just slightly, and maybe this is for our CFO, when there's an ask by a division and the ask is turned down by budget committee or executive or council, is that considered a cut? So an ask for an increase, such as the city watchdogs, if they're asking for more money and the more money is not granted, can local media reports, or not can, but is it fair to call it a cut?
Through the chair, in actual fact, a cut would be deemed a reduction from the prior year's expense. So if it is a new or enhanced expenditure in the current year that had not been in a prior year's allocation, that would not be determined to be a cut.
So when I see headlines such as city watchdogs push back after proposed budget cuts, it's not really a cut.
Through the chair, that's correct.
That's a rhetorical question. It's okay. That's fine for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Romoff, Ms. Gray, and as well the Ombudsman. So I'm just going to start because we were on sidewalks. I'll talk to Ms. Gray first. And there's criteria for sidewalk clearing. Is there not? That's been established by your department.
Through the speaker, there is service levels, yes, for sidewalk clearing.
Which I know because I did ask for that previously. So it's pavements greater than 8 meters, sidewalks greater than 1.5 meters, sidewalks not immediately adjacent to the street, parking not immediately adjacent to the sidewalk, no obstructions. Can you tell me, there are, and somehow legacy cities had plowing and others didn't, but somehow streets that don't meet the criteria are being plowed. Are you aware? And streets that meet the criteria are not being plowed. So do you not think it's essential that at least if you meet this criteria, that your street is getting plowed in the City of Toronto?
Through the speaker, I believe that the reason that we have this criteria in place is so that that the service is being distributed in a way that it can actually be operationally delivered. But I would agree with your assessment that in addition to just meeting the criteria, we really need to look at providing a winter service level standard to sidewalks throughout the city.
No, I understand that, but right now, let's say if you live on Monarch Park north of the Danforth, you're getting your street, your sidewalks plowed, and you might not meet the criteria, but if you're south of the Danforth, you meet the criteria not being plowed. Do you think we could sort that out at any moment now?
So the part of this service review that's critical is to understand not only about the criteria, but also operationally how we can clear those sidewalks.
Well, now it's one ward. It was 2 wards, and it was being plowed by ward. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it's been plowed by district in the past.
Were you aware that it was being plowed by ward, not by Old Legacy City?
I am not aware of that.
And it was covering, so for Councillor Bradford and myself, it was all being plowed to the Danforth. Meanwhile, streets in our wards meet their criteria, and some of them that were being plowed by ward don't. So it's a rather urgent matter here.
And I think that's why we are working to get this review done quickly.
Nonetheless, if there's criteria, it should be plowed, correct? No matter where it is.
There, as I mentioned, there are operational issues. Why
crossing the Danforth, is that an operational issue?
No, but the ability to do a beat in succession over a number of blocks is a challenge.
Yes, so we were ward-based by councillor, and now we have to go to citizen-based by criteria, I happen to believe. So that's an aside. This is for snow, that was snow. This is the skateboard park, to Ms. Romoff, that there was money set aside to put lights at the skateboard park. It's a regional skateboard park. It was in Councillor McMahon's ward. Now it's in mine. I did help build that with a large donation from one of the companies that moved, a cement company. So in that, and Toronto Water, I think we've become aware, is now building a rugby field with lights. So I'm hoping that we can make sure that those lights are expedited and not set off to 2021, 2022, as requested by Councillor McMahon and Davis in the last term of council.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. We are working on trying to expedite that project as fast as we can, starting the design and engineering this year, and if ready to go towards an RFP, we'll be making the changes that we need to move it forward.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to ask the Ombudsman, there she is. I'm asking you about your work and the number. I get the impression that you have a lot of tenants from Toronto Community Housing getting in touch with you that have issues with repairs and other things. Am I right?
You're right, yes.
Well, how would you say, can I kind of get a percentage for that? Is it 5%, 10%, 20%?
It's about, of the cases that we actually look into and have to gather information on, it's close to 30%.
30%?
Yes, at
of the
present.
cases that you have to look into are coming from tenants in Toronto Community Housing.
Yes, not
And of
always
the
about maintenance.
And of the 30%, would you say that 30% are justified, or that you ask for some remedial action, or maybe just 5% that you have to ask for remedial action? Or you make a decision to investigate because there's something there? Is that?
We always approach.
That was your last question.
We always approach every case with the goal of as quickly and as effectively and fairly resolving the problem. So it's not necessarily a matter of substantiating or not substantiating a complaint, but rather simply seeing what is the issue here and how can we contribute to improving it. In the vast majority of the cases, we do have to become involved to help resolve the problem.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, can you tell me what the differences are with respect to a youth hub and youth space?
Through the Speaker, a youth hub would have multiple services to support youth, whereas a youth space may be more limited in program offering.
Okay, thank you. We're currently engaged in the Home Share pilot program.
We are. We actually initiated that pilot with funding from the provincial government.
And where is that now? Is that to be continued?
With council approval, there is funding within the 2019 recommended budget for that initiative. The current pilot actually ended, although we're carrying it over at the end of January.
Okay. Could you help me, and I think you alluded to it this morning, about the confusion that's seeming to exist with respect to the youth strategy program. Is that program fully funded? And I have a second part to the question. The total number of recommendations that were in the report speaks to the variety of things to be done. Were all those specific recommendations, were funding elements attached to those as well?
Through the Speaker, no. Many of the 110 recommendations were achievable within existing resource that was articulated at the time the strategy was approved by Council. Many of the recommendations or the actions it's not possible to identify a discrete budget attached to it. An example would be recommendation 5E, social SDFA, implement Toronto Strong Neighbourhood Strategy in keeping with the principles of the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy. Clearly, there's no way to attach a discrete budget ask to an action like that.
So, okay, and how is that working, and how do we define what actually is working? What are our KPIs that you look at to know that the investment that we're making into this program is actually helping and benefiting young people?
It will differ based on the nature of each action. Where an action is directing a specific program intervention, that intervention will have outcome criteria against it. An example would be the extrajudicial measures diversion program, where we have targets and numbers.
We're seeking to engage through the discussion the mayor is having with the federal government about addressing gang violence in the city and urging the federal government to provide funding. Can you tell me how will those fundings be utilized in order to help us with respect to our preventative strategy?
Through the Speaker, with the federal funding that we have received for the Community Healing Program, that funding will go to working with members of the community to become peer trainers and peer workers to further the intervention work in communities across the city. If there were to be additional resources, it would allow the city to deepen the programs that we're currently offering and expand that delivery across the city.
I see. The youth hubs they're run by the library. Is that correct?
There are youth hubs run by the library. There are also youth spaces in Parks, Forestry, and Rec. And
not about the space. I just wanted to know about the hubs. They're run by the libraries.
There are also what would qualify as a youth hub operated by community agencies.
I see. Okay. And can you tell me, in terms of the personnel in the hubs, particularly from the library, what is the salary amount? I look at the briefing notes, which I'm looking at now. It says for each hub, the full-time payment for a youth hub librarian position is $130,000, $25,000 off the fund to buy equipment and so on. And so how much would we pay, for example, the staff who would work in our youth space?
That was your last question?
Oh, 5 minutes already? Oh,
Yeah.
just getting started.
Through the Speaker, sorry, I don't have the number in terms of youth spaces in PF&R. In Toronto Public Libraries, it is 1 FTE per youth hub at about $100,000 all in.
Thank you. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions in terms of community safety for the Toronto Police Services. Yeah. How many police?
We'll just give a minute for them to come forward. I'll put your time on hold.
Thank you. How many police officers are we hiring this year?
320.
And how many did we hire last year?
200.
So what is the average number of deployed positions estimated to be in 2019?
So assuming that, and we're assuming we're going to lose another 250 officers this year, our average deployment throughout the year will be 4,730. 4,730.
Sorry, can you repeat the last?
4,730.
Okay. How many police positions are expected to be civilianized this year to ensure that more officers are out protecting our communities?
So we're civilianizing and creating special constables, so there's 140 of those, as well as crime analysts, another 28. So you're looking at civilianization of close to 180 positions.
How many special constables are expected to be hired this year?
122.
122?
Yeah, so the full complement will be 140 by the end of the year.
And how many Toronto Community Housing Special Constables are expected to be hired this year?
That, I'm sorry, I don't know. I know that they did ask for an increase in hiring, but I'm not sure exactly how many were actually approved.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. To the Executive Director, SDFA, a couple questions about the Fair Pass program. In 2018, we didn't spend the full $4.6 million of the allocated budget. Can you explain why we didn't spend all of that?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, because of the work required to implement, the timing of the implementation of the first phase of the program, we didn't spend the full budget.
Okay. In the 2019 budget, we've allocated $2.3 million towards the implementation of a portion of the Phase 2, which extends discount cards for eligible childcare fee subsidy. Why was the original implementation program changed to exclude those receiving the housing supports?
There were complications with respect to the information required to extend the program. Sits with approximately 241 different organizations, so we need time to organize that to implement.
So we actually need more time. Is there any additional direction or budget direction that SDFA would need to ensure that we can do Fair Pass program extends to those receiving housing supports in 2020?
No, we will be coming forward with the new council term plan for poverty reduction, and we will be providing an update to council on the transit fare expansion at that time. We anticipate full implementation of the program beginning in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Question, General Manager, Transportation Services.
Here.
Okay, yeah, no, I was looking for my time. That one's not on. Okay, so how often do we, this is about snow contracting, how often do we negotiate our snow outsourcing contracts?
Through the Speaker, the current contracts are 7-year contracts, so they'll come up due in 2022 for renewal.
So we're a couple years out from the renewal. How long does that negotiation process or procurement process typically take? Is that something that we would be starting soon?
Correct. This year, probably.
Okay. What steps should we be taking in this budget cycle to make sure that we're getting the best value from those snow clearing contracts when they are renewed?
I think we have to do a few things, and part of our service review will look into this in terms of the delivery of that service, and I also think part of our jurisdictional scan will give us the opportunity to look at other jurisdictions where work is either contracted out or insourced and make some decisions about how to better frame our own program in those ways.
Okay. And I believe at executive, Councillor Baila had a motion looking at insourcing or finding ways to improve service levels. How do we balance these contracts when we're setting those up? Outsourcing, which we're roughly 90% now. I understand we still do some of the sanding, but how do we strike that balance between insourcing and outsourcing? What are you going to be looking at?
Well, we're certainly going to be looking at what the right balance is there, and certainly looking at opportunities to expand service and the delivery of that service, both right now, sort of this year, which would mean that we'd be doing that, hopefully with more of a blend of in-house providers, but also having conversations with our partners in 416 who deliver a lot of that work as we move forward into the next couple of years to make sure that we have the right balance.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just a couple quick questions to General Manager, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Our Community Recreation Growth Plan, that used to be a 3-year implementation plan. Can you explain, I think for 60,000 rec spaces, can you explain how that became a 5-year plan with 70,000?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. We went from a 3-year plan of 60,000 to a 5-year plan of 60,000. Noting that in the first year we had originally planned to implement 10,000 new spaces, and Council actually forwarded 20,000 new spaces forward in the first year.
Right, so was that was in 2018 or that was a 2017?
In 2018. So the original strategy was to implement 10,000 new spaces in the first year of the plan. Council actually authorized implementing and funded implementing 20,000 new spaces. We're now recommending for this year of the plan that we implement another 7,500 new spaces, keeping in mind that given the lateness of the budget approval, those spaces will only really begin being implemented in July for the summer, and that we implement the remaining spaces over the next 3 years, so taking the plan from a 3-year strategy to a 5-year strategy.
Okay, so that's how we got to 5.
That's
and the
correct.
7,500 for this year, that's because it's being pushed really to July?
That's correct. It's a shortened year. We
That
did
was
an
your last
over-implementation in the first year, so we were ahead of where we should be. We've opened a lot of new capital facilities this year as well, so the actual amount of growth is more than the 7,500 and closer to another 6,000 or 7,000 spaces this year.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Bradford, your timer was behind you, and sometimes I don't know why one side works and the other side doesn't. We'll have to take a look at that. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to Transportation Services. Ms. Gray, Vision Zero, how many times was Vision Zero expedited last year by this council?
Through the Speaker, 2, I believe, at the budget process, and then in July when there was additional resources allocated by the council, 22 million.
I know this is top of mind for many of the councillors around the table, Vision Zero. I know in a couple of my wards you've been involved with a couple of lights and crosswalks we've been trying to get in, and they're delayed by, sometimes a couple of years. Would you agree that designing and installing the physical elements of the Vision Zero intersection redesigns, crosswalks, is the biggest reason why there's delays in the program? Is it design?
Through the Speaker, it does take time to design and deliver things. I think part of our goal last year in being able to spend a good chunk of that $22 million was to streamline and make more straightforward those design and delivery processes, especially for things like crosswalks that are paint on the side, on the wall.
Do we have enough funding now to implement the work plan?
We do.
As laid out? We do?
We do.
And this is a priority for your division, I take it?
It's absolutely a priority for our division.
Top priority, I hope?
Top
Yes.
priority.
Okay. So would you agree that everything that could be done to Vision Zero is underway? Is everything underway?
Yes, it's underway, and we've actually been doing weekly reporting on our progress made against the 22 million and the projects that we've delivered. We are coming back to this council in June with a Vision Zero 2.0 plan, which we believe will be more responsive and bring more data to bear, as well as an updated capital list.
Great. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Transportation Services, please, Madam Speaker. I had a question about snow clearing. What is our policy in terms of snow clearing around schools, sidewalks, abutting schools?
Through the Speaker, we do snow clearing, to the surface levels around arterial schools or on local roads often, sometimes butting up against arterials and sidewalks. We also will go back and do snow removal, especially in those locations where we have very tight situations and school routes, I know, and the intersections at schools were a highest priority for this snow removal activity that we just completed. So certainly schools are a high priority. They get plowed and sanded and salted at the same service levels as others, but we tend to prioritize them for snow removal and clearing on top of that as well.
But I've noticed in a lot of the schools in my Ward 8, there are windrows, mountains of snow between the road and the sidewalks. and people have nowhere to walk or can't get across the street. Kids are falling off the windrows. Is there a special program to basically get rid of the windrows around school property, or is the school board responsible for any of that?
There's not a special program for getting rid of those windrows around schools. We do removal of windrows. Sometimes we do snow removal. In this particular instance, we did snow removal related to emergency vehicle access, and those are the streets that got snow removal. But we do have the ability to do some spot snow removal where we see that there are issues with the crosswalks or the sidewalks which are impeding travel. And so very often those come in through 311 service requests or from offices such as yours if they're a problem.
Yeah, and especially pedestrian drop-off areas, movement. So the next question I had in terms of transportation, is there any way of evaluating our ability to deal with the pothole wars? I mean, it seems this has been going on for centuries, where we can't seem to fill potholes and keep them filled, that we're constantly losing the battle with potholes. Is there any way there's a technology that we can use where the pot stays in the hole, or the hole stays whole, whatever? What's happening with our potholes?
Okay, fair enough.
Why can't we conquer these potholes?
Through the Speaker, potholes are the scourge of every jurisdiction, especially a winter city that has repeated freeze-thaw cycles. We have 30 crews out there right now, even though they're still doing snow removal, trying to get ahead of the potholes, and February, March are the worst months. We do both cold mix, which tends to be a short-term fix, and then we do some broader hot mix patches where we have a little bit more time to do them because they last longer. The best way to address potholes is to reconstruct and repave streets when they are meeting their the end of their useful life.
Yeah, and I've heard those things for 30 years. Basically, the potholes are winning. Can we not find a jurisdiction, somebody in this world has discovered a way of defeating the potholes, a new mix? We've heard about climate change and the weather, ice thaw, salt in the holes, and we have to rebuild our roads quicker. But meanwhile, the potholes keep reappearing. Last year was one of the worst in decades. This year is worse than last year. So what, do we need a pothole summit? What do we need to conquer the potholes?
Well, certainly we look to our partners in other cities and our the people who provide materials for us to look at what's coming down the pike that's new. I don't believe, I mean, we just had the OG, the Ontario Good Roads Association conference was just in the city last week. And so, you know, we canvass our managers about what they've learned at those summits. Looking at other winter cities, absolutely, we're on that network. And there's so far, it's about keeping on top of them and paving the roads so they don't get to be a problem.
We're not on top of them, we're in the potholes.
Agreed.
Can we find some kind of jurisdiction that has some comprehensive approach to these? Because whatever we have right now, and our staff people, I know the mayor's been out here himself, is doing his best, and our staff are braving these elements every day, and meanwhile we can't seem to find a mixture that stays in the hole, or a process that basically deals with them from their inception right through their growth into real potholes. So is there, I can't believe the Good Roads Association, what do they have as a suggestion what to do?
So that was your last question.
Yeah, part of the so we, I guess what I'm trying to say is we are looking always to find better solutions. Every jurisdiction that I've ever known of or have worked in has had a similar problem in this time of year, especially with a prolonged or a repeated freeze-thaw cycle where the pavement freezes and then it gets soft again, and then the potholes are a quick fix. And so part of the challenge there is that you want to be able to do something that's a little bit more long-lasting. So one of the things we can do, and we have been doing, is more interim repairs that are a little bit larger in scale, and so they tend to be a little bit more long-lasting. So we are starting to use more of our operations and maintenance budget for those, and I think we will continue to do more and look to other partners, but I think we will always have pothole season, I believe. Well, continue to get better. That's the hope.
Have to find a different type of filler. Okay, next question is Councillor Fillion.
Question of finance staff, I believe. Do we have a current up-to-date estimate for the long-term costs of keeping the Gardiner Expressway up?
Yeah, the Gardiner. I forgot about the Gardiner.
Okay, hold on. Who's answering this question?
Councillor, the Transportation Services 2019 and 2019 capital budget and capital plan includes a $2.3 billion allocation for the strategic rehabilitation of the Gardiner, and that's the section from 427 right over to the DVP.
Right, but what I'm looking for is the total projected long-term cost, and then what was in this year, which you answered, and what's in the 10-year capital plan.
Yeah, as I noted, the 10-year plan has $2.3 billion allocated.
Oh, only 2.3 in the 10 years?
In the 10 years, correct.
Oh, 2.3 billion.
Billion.
Okay. 2.3 billion.
And I believe it's 157 million, if my memory serves, for 2019.
And what projects has that? First of all, I'm sort of staggered by the number. So when I must have not been paying attention at some point, because I remember it being $1 billion. When and how did it get to 2.3 billion?
Perhaps a point of distinction is when we talk about the Gardiner rehabilitation, we're looking at the 18-kilometer stretch from 427 right to the DVP. There's been an awful lot of confusion because many will often refer to the Gardiner East EA as the frame of reference for the Gardiner. In terms of the rehabilitation, for us, it's the entire stretch, the at-grade as well as the elevated section. So it's always been in the order of $2+ billion. The section that is under construction right now is the section between Jarvis and Cherry Street. That contract was let last year, and we hope to begin active construction on the project later this summer.
So what projects has that pushed out of the way? A lot of them, and some fairly significant ones, I'm assuming.
A few years back, we undertook a review of the Gardiner Expressway in terms of its asset condition and presented to Council our strategic rehabilitation plan. As you may recall, the elevated section is pretty much at the end of its service life and needs immediate attention and rehabilitation.
No, I do understand that. What I'm trying to get at is at some point in time, we did not have $2.3 billion in the budget. Because of the decision we made, that amount is now in the budget. What did it shove out of the way in order to fit under our budget cap? What are we not able to do because we're rebuilding the Gardiner Expressway for $2.3 billion?
Through the Speaker, other state of good repair projects that were on that 10-year capital plan.
And do we have a list of those?
We have through the Speaker, we have a huge backlog that has a lot of different projects, some of which in various stages of design and development, some of which are funded and some of which are unfunded.
Right.
So I don't have a list to read you off here with me.
Okay. I do some of it offline. Do we have a list of what was previously funded in our capital budget, which is no longer funded because the Gardiner Expressway pushed it out?
Through you, major roads and local roads is the nature of the projects that we have. I don't have specific project titles as to which ones were displaced or put further down the list because of the Gardiner project.
Okay, but you could, I understand you can't provide that on short notice, but yes, so I understand you weren't expecting the question and can't provide that on short notice, but would that be, could staff provide that at some point?
Through you, we can certainly provide you with a list of the projects that are above and below the line in terms of the 10-year capital plan.
And what used to be above the line that's now below the line.
I don't know if we'd even know that.
So through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, if I may, when we funded the Gardner, it wasn't as though we had to pull things out of the 10-year capital plan instead of, right? We had to find capacity to fund it, but we did not push things that were in the capital plan funded to below the line. So I just want to clarify that point.
So you're saying that there's nothing that was above the line that is now below the line?
As a result of funding, that's correct.
Okay, I'll...
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pillion. I'm sorry, I was distracted and you went over your time. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to PFR staff, with respect to the analyst's notes pertaining to the Regent Park Aquatic program pilot, the quantum identified to bring into effect a 2-year pilot project for this community is $160,000. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And how many positions, new rec positions, would that ultimately create? Is it approximately 60, 70?
Through the speaker, it's part-time positions because it was a leadership program that we were proposing, and the number of positions is.
So I meant recreation spots.
Recreation spots.
Yeah, not staff.
Can you give us 1 second to find that?
Of course, not a problem. We can come back to that. Maybe I can just continue that line of questioning. You're proposing to leverage TDSB assets. So the Lord Dufferin Public School as well as the Nelson Mandela Public School. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I believe the pilot project was looking at trying to leverage the pupils in those schools as a target of where these programs would be. So I think there was some discussion that the pilot project would involve bringing kids from those schools, specifically in the area around the Regent Park Aquatic Center, to the Regent Park Aquatic Centers for some very specific programs that are available only to those participants. And it was targeted at 110 students.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. And the community in Regent Park has expressed through the past few years some difficulty in accessing recreation services in their own local facilities. Is that not correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct. We have heard specifically from a number of groups in Regent Park about accessing additional services at the Aquatic Center. I should note that the Aquatic Center is quite full and quite busy and with a high utilization rate. Very similar to a lot of the other city pools that we operate.
Thank you. But in your analyst notes, you did recognize that this could be one intervention, one particular project that, if successful in this neighborhood, you could end up duplicating and replicating across the city to help bridge that.
Through the speaker, we did put together a pilot project that could be implemented and assessed. The success of it wouldn't really be known until we did it.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is to Shelter Support Housing Administration with respect to the neighborhood information posts and their request for $70,000. That $70,000 is really just to increase their increase the position for one-time full-time staff person. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And that is to help them administer specifically programs that are designed to prevent people from becoming homeless. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And so currently the Neighborhood Information Post is actually administering the rent bank as well as the trusteeship program to prevent homelessness.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And over the past few years, they've seen an increase in with respect to the referrals going to those services.
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
And so there's not really a request here to increase the quantum to the rent bank or necessarily increase a quantum to the trusteeship program, but rather just needing an extra full-time staff person to get the service out the door to reduce the wait list. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. With respect to, just looking at my time, thank you. With respect to the poverty reduction strategy, question, I believe, to SSHA, SDFA, sorry, my apologies. With respect to the poverty reduction strategy, one of the pillars was speaking to transit equity, is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes, correct.
And with respect to the different phase-out of achieving transit equity, I believe that prior year, we were trying to make sure that those who were receiving social housing assistance was going to be the next phase of participants to receive discounted fare. Is that correct?
The original plan for Phase 2 included social housing recipients.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that that Phase 2 plan was supposed to be implemented this year. Is that not correct?
Yes, it will be implemented in 2019.
But the proposal, the budget before us says that that's actually not going to happen until 2020.
That's correct. Operationally, we were not in a position to expand the program to include social housing recipients at this time.
Okay.
That will be part of the overall implementation in 2020.
Thank you. My final question is regarding the budget of the Office of the Mayor. I understand that the Mayor's budget is going up by 12.3%. Can you, and I'm not sure who this goes to, perhaps the City Clerk's desk, can you let us know who sets the increase of quantum? Like, who established that rate at the very beginning? I've never noticed.
That was your last question? Okay, who would like to answer that question?
Who's that? Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So the request is submitted to us, and then the recommendation is made by the Budget Committee on to Executive Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Perks. Pardon? Where are you? Oh. I'm next. Well, I thought Councillor Carroll was next. Okay.
Sorry, I'm waiting for an answer as well.
I thought you were next.
Sorry, I'm waiting for an answer as well before I do my...
Okay, so do you want to?
Certainly. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So just a question on the potholes. I'm not going to ask what we used to fill in the potholes, but just a question on the process with filling potholes. Do we fill in the potholes when we get complaints and requests from 311 or the councillor's office, or are we proactive and we actually have staff that go out into the community and fill all the potholes?
Through the Speaker, it's both. So we have maintenance patrollers who are out every day who are identifying and sending those service requests in to get completed, and then we also take requests through 311 and through the councillor's offices.
So how are they, how is the staff going around to all the streets? Like, do they pick an area and they go through all the streets, or like, how does that work? Are they doing the main streets, or what are they doing? Because
well, I think they typically, I mean, I don't know day to day exactly what they do, but they go out and try to do as many as they can within an area. If they have places that they know that they have a number of complaints, they'll try to get to those
so
first.
they'll do the complaints.
But they'll look at the arterials, they do the expressways, those that are traveled by lots of people, those that certainly have transit on them, try to get to those first.
But if they don't get complaints from 311, or they don't get complaints from the councillor's office, they're not filled in until you get a complaint.
No, that they also go out. They have maintenance patrollers throughout the city who go out and drive all of those streets, and they also send in those requests to have potholes filled as well.
Yeah,
so it's not just 311.
I'm sorry to say this, but that's not happening. That's not happening.
As Councillor Cole pointed out, this pothole season, just like last year, has been quite significant, and so the volume is very high.
No, I understand. It's just, I think that if we had a process in place where we were proactive, that we actually had the staff going down all the streets and filling in the potholes, we wouldn't be getting the number of complaints that we are, because they're being filled. But right now, we're just getting hundreds of complaints because they're not being filled, and that's the problem I have.
So This year, Councillor, we have had snow late in the season. By this time last year, we had already had 5 or 6 pothole blitzes. We're starting them up again, and we've actually reached out to our partners in water and Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to help us with some of that work. And so we're really trying this year to catch up and get as many people on the street as we can.
Thank you. I'll keep reporting them.
Thank you.
So when Councillor Coe asked the question about what is the, so that you mentioned that when we repave a road, resurfacing, then you know, that's how we correct the problems that we're having with these potholes. But can I ask a question as far as there are some roads that constantly have sinkholes and potholes, but they're not on that priority list to be repaved, like they're 10 years down, you know, in the next 10 years to be redone. So are we going to reevaluate that and look at the ones that are constantly causing problems, so we actually pave them now rather than wait for 10 years?
So through the Speaker, we just did for the first time ever a comprehensive asset inventory of paving condition in the fall, and so that is part of the reason why our state of good repair backlog number that you see in this budget is more significant than it was last year. We have much better data now, and we are integrating that into the capital program moving forward. There's way more need than there is the ability to get those roads paved.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I think we have to look at that because what we've always been told, well, you have to wait for 10 years. It's within the 10-year plan, right? And in the meantime, there's so many potholes. But anyway, thank you very much. Now, MLS, for MLS, as far as, where are they? As far as the illegal...
I'm going to stop your time for a second while they get down here.
Okay. Yeah, Mike, you're right. Alliance.
Alliance is one of the worst in the city.
Exactly. 10 years. Yeah. I know. So to MLS, as far as the number of illegal dispensaries that we have that we've raided and they keep reopening, what is the amount of funding that we're receiving from the province for the enforcement? And have we received the funding?
I'll start and Ms. Cook can jump in. We received $3.03 million in January or February once we opted in. And there's a second tranche that comes later in March. And that depends on all the other municipalities that would have opted out. We would get a share of their money. So we expect an additional, a number greater than $3 million in March.
Okay, so the ones that we keep raiding and keep reopening, we're constantly using resources to close these. Like, what is the permanent solution to close these up? Because obviously they're not cooperating.
Well,
last question.
So through the enforcement that our staff have done to date, the number has reduced to less than 20. Correct, they are reopening in some cases, but they have significantly reduced.
Councillor, those were your questions, but I think Ms. Cook wanted to build on that answer, so I'll give the time.
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, certainly Carlton is absolutely right on. It is an ongoing challenge. We are working in very close collaboration with the Toronto Police Service. The efforts that we take on enforcement in respect to the illegal storefronts requires a joint, pardon the pun, a joint enforcement effort. And we are working very well together on that. It is going to be a consistent battle. Certainly while we're dealing with getting enough legal stores operating, we're going to have to combat the illegals. But we need a bit of patience. We certainly need the support. But the partnership with the Toronto Police Service has been exemplary.
Maybe to be a little more aggressive and shut the hydro off and the water, and that's the only way that we'll close them up, right?
So just for clarity, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the new provincial statute has given us additional enforcement authorities, which I discussed in December. It does provide for closure orders and it does provide for significant fines, but it is going to be an ongoing battle as we deal with people who are continuing to flaunt the law.
Councillor Cressy, are you ready for questions?
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. My questions are going to be directed towards Social Development and Finance Administration. So, Mr. Brillinger, in July of last year, City Council approved a comprehensive report related to immediate steps to address gun violence. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct.
And the recommendations within that report for the city to undertake totaled how much money in funding?
32.6 over 5 years.
$32.6 million over 5 years. And at the time, it was suggested that the federal government would be providing those funding. Have we submitted grant applications to the federal government for that $32 million in funding?
As directed by Council, we did so last August.
So of the $32 million for our gun violence strategy, how much did the federal government provide?
$6.8 million over 5 years.
So of our gun violence strategy at the city, $26 million worth of programs are currently unfunded. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the mitigating number of the $2.6 million enhancement included in the budget before you.
Understood. So one of the programs within our gun violence strategy is the focus tables in the Community Crisis Response Program. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes.
And what are the focus tables?
Focus tables are a intersectoral table with enforcement, health, and social support, where we identify how to support acute and elevated risk situations to help stabilize individuals.
So an intersectoral table, so Toronto Police Services are at the table, local social service agencies are at the table, and the city is at the table?
Through the Speaker, yes. In fact, it's a partnership of Toronto Police Service, Social Development, Finance and Admin, and United Way. The majority of the cases brought to the tables come through police officers and leave the tables with more appropriate social or health supports.
And the intention there is that youth or individuals who are susceptible to crime or violence might receive supports prior to entering into a cycle of violence.
Through the Speaker, yes.
All right. We currently have how many focus tables underway in the city?
There are 4 tables currently operating.
And in our gun violence strategy, the unfunded portion, we had proposed this year to expand it into 2 additional neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, no, we were going to expand into 3 additional neighborhoods.
Okay. And which are those 3 neighborhoods?
Jane Finch, Weston Mount Dennis, and North Scarborough.
So we were going to expand into 3. How many are we expanding into in this budget?
Within existing resources, we can expand into Jane Finch.
And so if additional resources are secured, we would expand into which neighborhoods, sorry?
Weston Mount Dennis and North Scarborough.
All right. And how much funding is required to expand into those 2 neighborhoods?
In order to cover the staffing and program costs associated, it would be approximately $200,000.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These are questions that include past years, but I sent them to staff in advance. The questions around the capital from current contribution. What I'm wondering are the cash amounts and then the percentage amounts. I'm wondering if staff can provide us the total cash amount of capital from current for 17, 18, and this year.
Through the chair, for 2019, the cash amount that we are forecasting is $339 million.
Right.
For 2018, it was $352 million, which results in the $13 million decrease.
Right, right. And 2017?
2017, the actual amount was $292 million.
Okay. So we see the gradual growth because there is that cost of living gradual growth of the global budget. Can you confirm that we were setting that contribution at 10% of the tax-supported budget in 17 and 18 and in 19?
Through the chair, yes, I can confirm.
Now, Council had a policy, we didn't discuss it much because it was adhered to for a number of years, that it should always be 10%. Is it staff's intention to next year propose that we get back to 10%? Or would that propose a $46 million problem?
Through the chair, as mentioned during the budget presentation, the plan in 2019 is to actually revisit the capital plan. And at that time, we'll revisit the amounts that will be contributed to the capital plan to ensure that we're delivering on the commitments that have been made.
Okay, so, and this is where the question has been since the later presentation to executive. So, had we done a 10% contribution this year, that dollar difference is a little more significant. It should be $46 million more than the 2018 contribution, because our global budget has grown a little bit. It should be $46 million. So we're going to face a challenge if we now try to get back to 10% all in 1 year, are we not? That will be a big jump, we're a bit below what we contributed the year before. If our budget, our global budget grows by a cost of living amount next year, more or less, to get back to a 10% contribution is a part of your opening pressure. Is it not?
Through the chair, yes. There has been a past year where there was a decrease, and through that decrease, there was an effort made to make up for that decrease in future years, and that decrease happened between 2014 and 2015.
Right. So in the capital plan that will come forward eventually, would it be the wise and prudent thing, should we anticipate possibly seeing a phased approach? Get back to the 10% contribution, not all in 1 year, but phase it in so that we can really achieve it and not kick it down the road?
Through the chair, I think what we need to do is revisit the capital plan. As mentioned before, we need to look at the way we're projecting our capital spends, the capacity for the industry as well as the capacity within the organization, so that we're improving on the 67% overall capital spending that we're currently delivering on.
Okay, and I asked at launch, I don't know if Mr. Farag is still here, I asked at launch what the actual debt per capita ratio is right now, and it's actually fairly reasonable. It's in the neighborhood of 2,000, I believe was the number quoted. Ms. Levita's nodding her head. I try to explain this, and I'm not good at it. Maybe you're better. Is it not true that if we worry about being at our debt ceiling, but as long as we keep our tax rates low, as long as we are continuing to keep a very almost flatline stream of revenue coming in, we're kind of keeping the ceiling low, are we not? If we were to grow the global budget to meet the demand for investment, to meet the repairs, to meet all of the things that the community wants to see in the budget, if we grow that global budget, the ceiling goes up with it, doesn't it? And we would still be in a fairly reasonable amount of debt compared with the new ability to raise the revenue.
Through the chair, as Ms. Levita presented during her presentation, she did mention that the basis of creating the 15% is the tax base. So when the tax base grows, the 15% amount would be increased as well.
Thank you. That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. First to the City Manager. I had the great pleasure of attending your presentation at the School of Governance at U of T, and you stated a remarkable fact there. Perhaps you could share it with Council. What percentage of our transportation capital budget is the Gardiner?
Of the state of good repair, it is 53%.
So 53% of that budget is for the Gardiner?
Right, the 10-year program.
Of the 10-year program. Thank you. That's quite helpful. To the General Manager of Transportation, I want to make sure I understood something you were saying in response to Councillor Cole. The one tool that is proven and available to us to reduce the number of potholes is to better maintain our roads.
Through the Speaker, that is correct. Road reconstruction, resurfacing, and then, as I mentioned to Councillor Nunziata, sort of a larger section of interim repair where we have multiple potholes is typically a more lasting solution.
It's a more lasting solution. So if we let a section of road, a local street, whatever it is, go past what you measure to be the state of good repair, it is more likely to get potholes.
That is correct.
Okay. And if we spend the money to go and patch and repatch that pothole, instead of maintaining on its regular schedule, over time, we actually spend more money maintaining our roads than if we had just kept them in a state of good repair in the first place.
Through the Speaker, I don't know that it's an equivalent, but certainly the amount of money that we spend on those minor repairs and the pothole repairs are not being added back in to make a more permanent repair, a more permanent fix, and actually eliminate
Maybe if I state
some
the
of
question
that
a little bit differently.
SOGR back.
If we maintained all of our roads in a state of good repair, we would have fewer potholes to repair in a given year.
That is correct.
Okay. And therefore, if we did maintain those roads in a state of good repair, we wouldn't have that expense. So given that we're going to have to reconstruct the road anyway, the pothole or the delay in keep getting the street to a good repair adds additional cost to the maintenance of that street over its life cycle.
Through you, it does add additional cost. The cost of a reconstruction or resurfacing is clearly significant compared
Yes.
to the cost of an interim repair like a pothole
Yes,
fix.
but overall, the amount of money we spend on roads goes up if we don't maintain them well.
Correct.
Thank you very much. To Ms. Levita, to Ms. Levita, yes. I want to follow on some of the questions that Councillor Carroll was asking. You've seen a good number of budgets here. How long has city staff been giving us advice that we need to invest more money from one source or another in our state of good repair budget?
Through you, Madam Chair, be quite a while. We've been looking at this pretty well post-amalgamation.
So for about 25 years now?
Pretty much.
For about 25 years. And in the history of all of those years of staff saying, listen, you know, you really need to get caught up on this, and it's more efficient, as we just heard from Ms. Gray, if you stay caught up on your state of good repair. Council, to my memory, has taken only 2 actions ever to actually help deal with that problem, and that would be the land transfer tax and the vehicle registration fee.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would say that we also have some other non-debt funding source strategies that we have that we have implemented, such as the surplus management policy, where 75% is going into reserve, and that in fact is paying for state of good repair for TTC and transportation.
Right. And there was one other, which was a policy of gradually increasing the capital from current.
That would be correct.
And that was advice we got from city staff year after year after year after year. You really have to start increasing your capital from current in order to avoid the state of good repair backlog growing.
It was to assist our debt capacity.
And to assist with our debt capacity as well. To the Chief Financial Officer, if you can hold my time. So, since you missed it, Ms. Gray said that if we maintain our roads in a state of good repair over the life cycle, it's more efficient because you don't have to do patches as much. And Ms. Levita said that for quite a number of years, city staff have been advising us that we should be increasing our debt capacity through having more money come out from capital from current. Does the budget proposed in front of us either decrease the backlog of state of good repair in the transportation department or increase the capital from current allocation to our capital program?
That was your last question.
Through the chair, actually, it does not do either.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions to the city managers. Mr. City Manager, is this budget balanced?
Yes, it is.
Can you, there's been some criticism from some of our colleagues through the media that we have an unbalanced budget. And yeah, we're going to go through it again just to make sure everybody hears this. there's been some unspecified monies allocated to TTC, I think is one, your office is another, and there's a $45 million, I guess, assumption that the federal government's going to give us money for the refugee asylum seeker issue that we have. Have we had unspecified reductions in our budgets in the past? And I'm just going to name off, and I'm just looking at a list here back in 2003. Again, these are unspecified reductions. TTC, $5.8 million in 2003. The police, 2007 and 8, $1 million, $2.8 million. Non-program, 2016, $11 million. So we do this on a very regular basis when we're going through the budgeting process, and we're trying to, a lot of it has to do with balancing and all of that, but we do look at unspecified numbers in our budgets. Is that correct historically? So what you're seeing right now with the 45, the 24, the 11 is not uncommon. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, you're correct. Not
Okay.
uncommon.
Thank you. I mean, again, I just wanted to, we are balanced, and when we finish today, whatever we end up doing, we will have a balanced budget.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. With regard to our reserves, are our reserves at this point committed? And I'll be a little more specific. We have the tax stabilization reserve, and that tends to be the reserve, as we know around here, that when we're at this point in the budget, we want to add things to it. We use the tax stabilization reserve to offset. And I don't know if there are other reserves that we can potentially do, but are those typical reserves that we have used in the past, are they committed at this point? And do we have the ability to use them as offsets?
Through the chair, the reserves are fully committed, specifically the tax rate stabilization reserve.
Okay. Thank you. And both Councillor Perks and Carol brought up the CFC contributions. This year we're taking a bit of a pause. Part of that is, understandably, because we've had a challenging year with the MLTT as a balancing strategy. You have mentioned, I believe it was 2014-15, we had a reduction in the CFC contribution as well?
Through the chair, yes. In 2015, we had a reduction of $57 million, which represented 24%.
And so this is not uncommon. I mean, what we're doing, we haven't done it a lot, but it's not uncommon that we look at a reduction in the CFCs, and then we look at bringing it back in another year or two. So that's not necessarily uncommon what we're doing this year.
Through the chair, we have done it before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two questions for the CFO and two questions for the Auditor General. The first for the CFO. I understand that we have reserve funds. There's one in particular called the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. Can you tell me what the balance is? Or would I be correct in saying it's $15 million, according to the briefing note?
Through the chair, the amount is there, but it actually has been committed.
It has been committed, so there is no free money within the reserve fund.
That is correct.
Some of these motions advise or request that we dip into that reserve fund to fund some of the initiatives. Would you, knowing what the rules are and the purposes are for those reserve funds, would you recommend these?
Through the chair, with the funds, with the reserve funds being fully committed, there are no additional funds to be allocated to any new initiatives.
Thank you. The motor vehicle, if we were to propose a motor vehicle registration tax, as the city had done in the past, is it my correct understanding that any inputs from that would go into general revenue?
Through the chair, any revenues generated in the year would go into general revenues unless there is a specific purpose for them where they would have criteria or conditions attached to how the monies could be spent.
Thank you very much. To the Auditor General, there had been some discussion before around Council about, where does some of the savings in the presentation from the City Manager regarding the budget come from? Recently, we had an Audit Committee meeting, and you talked about the track record of the Auditor General and how you delivered value to the City. Could you touch on the highlights of some of the savings that you've achieved over the last few years?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker, We're at, for every dollar invested into the office, we've identified savings that have been realized by the city. One-time and projected savings, if we project over 5 years, of about $300 million. And one example would be, for example, for the long-term disability extended health care. That one in 2018, 2019 brought in about $9 million, and that saving will continue over time. Another small example is we just completed last year a York Region water agreement audit, and it ended up that York Region we suggested an opportunity in order to have an opportunity to change that agreement, and we identified why and how, and legal services with the water division has proceeded, and that brings in $33 million estimated over 5 years, and that would be a conservative estimate. So to put it in perspective, you invest $6 million in our office, $6.9 million, and over 5 years, that one return will pay for the entire office.
So if members of council were to look at the report from you in the last council, they would see multiple years where you've achieved tens, 20s, even hundreds of millions of dollars of savings that accumulate over time, and you've achieved those in each year.
Correct. And there's table 1 to our demonstrating the value report is there.
Exactly.
Another example would be for TTC, for example, a 1% reduction in the fare evasion would be about $10 million in the budget.
So thank you for bringing that up, and we'll get to that in a sec. But one of the things that, is it true that one of the things that your shop does, that your group does, is you validate all of those savings with the program areas? So these aren't aspirational numbers in your reports, they are actual verified savings. And if we can rely on them, would it be reasonable for council, although past performance doesn't always guarantee future performance, would a council be reasonable to assume that provided the auditor carries on with your work, you're probably going to find other savings in the projects that you're working on?
Thank you. To your first part of that question, through you, Madam Chair, we do validate them by re-auditing and working with the divisions and deducting any costs of the systems that we're aware of. And there are times when an external auditor has been brought in to verify it, and they have verified the savings. In the case, for example, most recent case of TTC's procurement and cores, it's about approximately $40 million. That was revalidated. So yes, we do validate our numbers. We always want to be conservative. That's the first part.
Okay.
The second part is the natural byproduct is the savings, and it would be most audits have savings.
Okay, and you recently did an audit at the TTC, and you found, am I correct, $61 million in savings. And in your view, is that an achievable number, provided that the TTC takes action to reduce fare evasion? And those are substantial numbers on their budget. Would I be correct in understanding that?
No, I'm sorry, I want to correct the record through you, Madam Speaker. The $61 million is the conservative level of evasion without taking into account the broken equipment. So that's the conservative level of evasion that we've detected. And CTC has estimated in the past 20 million, we say it's 60. If you reduced the fare evasion rate from 5.4% to 4.4%, 1 percentage point, it's $10 million back into the budget. So I would say there's at least $20, $30 million, $40 million in there to bring it back to what TTC originally estimated. So there's an opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to turn our attention for a bit to poverty reduction and the poverty reduction strategy. I think I know the answer to some of these questions, but I want to get them on the floor of Council just the same. How much money is in this year's base budget as a result of the poverty reduction strategy?
The 2019 operating budget includes an increase in the base of 30 million net, plus 9.6 new.
30 million net, 9.6 new.
Over the 4 years, 2015 to 2019, the total increase is 181 million.
So let me ask you a question this way. I think it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago we developed the strategy, correct?
That's correct.
And it sort of ran for 4 years. So 4 years ago in that strategy we made a number of commitments as a council. that we were going to do a certain number of things, X number of things. Have we done X number of things?
Through the Speaker, the strategy is a 20-year strategy, which Council approved in 2015. They also approved a 4-year term plan, and that plan focused on housing stability, much of which has been achieved in relation to Toronto community housing, service and access coordination, the increase in childcare, transportation equity, the introduction of transit fare equity, quality jobs, living wage, living incomes, social procurement, and community benefits are examples of the achievements there. We have implemented on all of the elements of the original term plan.
Right. So right. The plan is the strategy was a 20-year strategy, but it had a sort of a 4-year commitment to do a certain number of things, and then at which time we would sort of look at it and develop sort of the next phase or the next 4 years and so on and so forth. That was the plan. That was the way we were going to put it together, correct?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we're still doing that. That's still on track, yes?
That's correct. The original 4-year term plan has been implemented. It is continued in the budget before Council. We will be coming to Council, I believe in Q2, with a proposed term plan for the rest of this term of Council. That will set new targets and new objectives.
Okay, so let me go back to the, so 20 years, but let me go back to the 4 years that are, I guess we're in the 4th year this year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in your view, the commitments that were undertaken in that 4-year life cycle of the broader, bigger plan, have those commitments basically been done, been funded?
Through the Speaker, yes, we have moved on all of those commitments. I would caution, though, that there are policy and program decisions at the provincial and federal levels which have significant impacts on poverty. So while the city has developed a plan, implemented it, made significant gains in certain areas, decisions by other orders of government continue to bring forward new challenges in terms of dealing with poverty.
Would that be another way of saying, yes, there's so much more that could be done, yes, there's so much more that needs to be done by everyone concerned, the city, the province, the feds, we ourselves individually, collectively, but the city committed to a plan of action some 4 years ago, and based on that plan of action that the city committed to, sort of in this year, are we bringing that plan of action to completion from a city perspective, a municipal? I've asked this question over and over again of a number of people, and I've always gotten sort of a similar kind of answer, never really fully understood it. So I'd like for you to explain it to everybody here.
Through the Speaker,
That's your last question.
Based on the 4-year term plan, I believe the city is maximizing all of the levers at its disposal to address poverty in the best way that it can. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Tory.
Yes, I just had 2 sets of questions, Madam Speaker, and the first is to do with the current capital from current, and whoever wants to answer. First of all, it's a historic. I believe it's a historic average number, and perhaps you could tell us how far it goes back. That of the number that was in place in any given budget, as it increased or not, the spending that actually took place in year averaged 75%, I think, over time.
Sorry. The 75% is of the total spend, not just the CFC contribution. It's of the
I
total
understand.
capital.
It's of the total. You earlier indicated the amount that found its way into the budget was, I think Councillor Carroll was asking you about numbers around 300 million. So it's that number that's sitting there. Is that correct? And that's at 75% of that would get spent, or is it 75% of a much larger number?
75%. The entire.
It really doesn't affect the follow-up question, which is that because I think the impression is left, and both my sets of questions are meant to sort of correct the possibility of erroneous impressions being left. The purpose of my question is to ask whether a pause, as Councillor Crawford referred to it, for this year, given that historically the amount of the current from capital has not been spent in its entirety, is not going to cause any program to not be proceeded with, because it's money that frankly would have been put into that account and not spent, at least to the extent of a good portion of it.
That's correct.
Okay. So the second set of questions has to do with the Gardiner. I think the impression was left, just because there weren't a series of follow-up questions, that first of all, the number, I think I was right, was at $2.7 billion for over the 10-year plan for the Gardiner that was cited?
Yeah, 2.4.
2.4 billion. The impression could have been left that in some way solely related to the more debated eastern portion of the Gardiner. I don't know if you happen to know how much of the 2.4 billion over the entirety of that 10-year program in fact relates to the eastern portion of the Gardiner versus the vast majority of it, which there's no debate about. It's there and nobody's proposing taking it down. Nobody ever has. Could you help with that? What portion of that 2.4 billion is actually attributable to maintenance of and other work being done on the portion of the Gardiner that has not really been debated, the western portion?
Right. So if I can, through the speaker, so when I say 53% of the state of good repair transportation budget is going to the Gardiner, we're talking about the whole 18 kilometers. So 7%, which is the at-grade portion, so take 7% off of the 53, and it leaves you 46% is the bridge portion. So that what you're talking about is another fragment of that. So again, to recap, when I say 53%, I mean the entirety of the Gardiner, so the at-grade and the above-grade, and the portion that you're talking about is a fraction of the 46%, if that's clear.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is.
Okay.
So I mean, I know you're doing your best, but I'm not being critical in saying that. I'm getting, for example, there's a project to redeck the western portion of the Gardiner, and it's elevated, but there's never been any debate in any particular quarter about taking that down or leaving it up. It's got to be redecked, and that is in that number, and it's a very substantial part of that. And what I'm trying to get at is I think the impression can be left, because it's certainly out there even today on social media that we have money for the Gardiner Expressway, but that's put in a very general sort of way, but it implies that it's the Gardiner Expressway that's been debated here a number of times and where decisions have been made, quite firm decisions by an overwhelming majority of the council, I might add. But I'm trying to just get at making sure people understand, the public, that there's a good portion, and I'm trying to get you to help us with what the good portion is from, say, Jarvis Street West, that makes up a good chunk of that $2.4 billion. That's just the maintenance of a road that we own and we're responsible for, as much as I might think the province should be, that we have to pay for, both the redecking and just ongoing maintenance. And I wonder if you could help me with that number.
So what I'm going to ask is Michael to give us a hand, given that he's overseeing the actual construction.
Through the speaker, as the city manager noted, roughly about $2.4 billion have been set aside over the next 10 years in terms of the capital plan, transportation services capital plan. Of that, as the city manager noted, 7 kilometers is elevated, and that 7 kilometers represents an investment of about $2 billion over the 10 years. And I guess the point of reference that I need to highlight is the fact that our report a few years back identified that the elevated section is nearing the end of its service life and needs to be replaced. So of that $2.4 billion, $2 billion for the elevated section, roughly $300 to $400 million for the at-grade section. And as the city manager noted, that represents a small percentage of the overall state of good repair program and transportation services capital plan.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, if we can put it up, and I had asked for advanced circulation. This motion is something that I worked with the general manager and the chief of paramedics and basically calls on the province to fully fund 24 paramedics and associated equipment and vehicle costs required to implement a dedicated neonatal transport program in the City of Toronto. Further, it asks, as we heard the Chief say, that he will have a report in the second quarter of 2019 to come in front of the committee, and at that point in time, working with the union for us to implement a program forward that the paramedics meets the needs of our community. Madam Chair, paramedics file is something that I've been working on for the last 3 years. I've met the paramedics at work. I met them at the hospitals. I met them with the chief. I met them with the human resources. And I have to tell you that although they're not very vocal, they've been underfunded. They've been underfunded now for a number of years, and I think we'll find out when the report comes back from the chief that we will need something like 200 of them in order for us to be able to to catch up in what we need. We have 67 paramedics right now that are on stress leave. A lot of them are suffering from PTSD, and not only is it affecting them, but it's affecting their families. Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity last week to go out and meet some of the paramedics at the hospital and at the station. And one of the things that I found, and I will talk to the younger ones, was that I'm trying to start a family. Unfortunately, working in a stressful job like this, I'm not going to be able to fulfill the needs and to be able to. A young paramedic lady told me, I'm trying to conceive a child and we're having difficulty. Her partner, another paramedic, said that I divorced my wife because of the stress of the job. And we're asking the paramedics to stand up for us on a daily basis when we're called with our needs. But the situation is that we have to stand up for them, and we need to make sure that they have the equipment, they have the manpower that's needed and required in order for them to be able to service us. Madam Speaker, this is a serious situation, and we cannot leave it, and fight on the seat of our pants. The fire department, the police department, they have come and they ask, and they're getting extra staff. And we need to make sure that our other first responders, which is the paramedic, the people that look after us on a daily basis, are able to do this. There was an incident last week. There was one ambulance, which is called ALS. That's Advanced Life Saving. And the Advanced Life Saving, these paramedics have a lot advanced life-saving skills. And if you are you having a heart attack or you are in a difficulty of breathing, they're the ones that administer first aid. In all of the former city of Scarborough, this is the Scarborough, 1/3 of the mass of the city of Toronto, there was one advanced life-saving ambulance. And if somebody was to have a heart attack in Scarborough and they were to respond, the rest of Scarborough, 700,000 people will have not another ambulance in order to respond. There's times where it takes our ambulances anywhere between 50 minutes to an hour to respond. There was an incident last year where a lady in her 80s had fallen on a patch of ice, and the call came in, and the 911 dispatcher asked the caller to stay with her for about an hour until the ambulance arrived on the scene, as was verified by the chief. And at that point in time, the person that was there from calling 911, she stepped forward and spoke. And that's not the only instance. There are other instances. There are instances where we have to wait a long time. So, Madam Speaker, I'm putting this motion forward, and I'm looking forward for the chief to come back in the end of the second quarter of 2019, and we can make sure that we respond to the needs of our paramedics. They're calling 911 to us, and we have to make sure that they're able to provide the 911 that we deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a series of motions. If you could put the first one up. This is that City Council direct the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to report to the Executive Committee by the second quarter of 2019 on the feasibility of implementing a personal vehicle tax with the following parameters, and there's a list of parameters there. Motion B, that City Council request the City Manager and the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to report back as part of the 2020 budget process on funding needs needed to fulfill the legislative mandate of the accountability offices, including the feasibility of dedicating a percentage of the city's total budget, operating budget, to be updated on an annual basis. And C, the City Council requests the City Manager to report back as part of the 2020 budget process on the options for increasing investment to deliver deeper affordable rental housing, supportive housing, childcare spaces to ensure City Council is well suited to deliver on its housing and childcare promises by 2022. I'd like you to consider two things. Many of you, including the Mayor, have spoken about the burden taxes are on Toronto families, and that we must keep our city affordable. Some of you may find this hard to believe, but I 100% agree with the same thing. So I'd like you to consider, one, who are we trying to make life more affordable for? And two, who is keeping an eye on who are really benefiting from the decisions we make in this chamber? Where I think we disagree on the budget is who we should be making our city affordable for. Let's consider for a second. The last 10 years have seen transit fare increase that has added up to $400 per person per year to Torontonians who take public transit. This year alone, we're proposing to raise that $50 per person per year. I'm going to ask you, is that affordable? No, it's not. Now, let's look at this statistic. I was going to put this up there. Joe, do you want to run over there? Let's look at this statistic. This comes from StatsCan. A transit fare increase disproportionately impacts families and people under the poverty line, particularly women. Now, do we think that is fair? No, it's not. When the Mayor, against staff advice, voted for a motion to give away almost $500 million to developers, he was fighting to make life more affordable and profitable for some corporations, for those corporations. I guess it really comes down to this. Who will you need to explain your decision to? Multinational corporations, your friends, vehicle owners, or the single mom struggling to pay for food, housing, and transit as they struggle to get around the city? So let's be honest with ourselves and Toronto residents. You are fighting to make life affordable for some, but at the expense of others. A vehicle registration fee isn't perfect. Neither are property taxes. They don't represent an equitable form of taxation, but they are all the city have to work with. I moved motions that would increase the city's investment in public transportation during the debate on the rate, so we wouldn't have to increase transit fares. But you have sealed the fate for transit riders. They will shoulder the burden of balancing this budget to the tune of $50 per year. Well, that leaves me with no other options, as I refuse to move money from reserve funds to cover this structural deficit. I think that would be an irresponsible approach. I think that staff would agree. Council has left me with no other choice but to move a vehicle registration fee. I'm moving this fee at the original rate and connecting it directly to who it impacts most, people trying to get around our city. And by directing money to transit, we give people an option to get out of their cars, which will help ease congestion, help people get around on our roads faster, and help fight climate change. And by directing half of the monies to road maintenance, I'm opening up the door for better snow removal, safer streets, and better road maintenance overall. I'm trying to get a win-win. Now onto my second point. Who is keeping an eye on who makes decisions and who they benefit? For too long have we underappreciated our accountability officers. We have starved them of the necessary resources to do their job, and that needs to end. I think that in order to have more accountability in this chamber, we need to take their funding away from us directly. Think about that. We're holding the purse strings for the bodies that are supposed to be holding us accountable. That really just doesn't make sense. In other cities, they have another model. I think we should pursue that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Karygiannis, you have a clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interpretation of the motion. Can we have the first motion up, please, regarding? I was wondering if the councillor would accept a friendly amendment that we also have a $10 charge per bicycle per year per rider. I mean, they also use the road.
I'll refer you back to. We've had several reports at this chamber that have demonstrated that the cost of administering a licensing program to bicycles wouldn't make sense, and I would actually have a really difficult time charging the 12-year-old on his BMX to ride his bike in the city. So no, I won't accept that amendment.
Would you accept a voluntary $10 registration fee where people voluntarily step forward and give us $10 for riding their bikes on the street voluntarily?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, we're,
No, sorry, I can't accept the friendly
no,
amendment.
we're getting off topic.
It's not in order. I'm being told
No.
by the clerk.
Yeah,
He's
we're just
whispering.
getting, like, okay, Councillor Perks, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, on your second motion having to do with the accountability officers, I'm not sure I followed completely. So the model you're proposing would do what?
So I'm not proposing a model.
Okay.
I don't want to put that on the floor of council. What I am asking for is the general manager, the city manager, to come back with a review on whether or not we're funding the accountability officers to do the job both we and the province has tasked of them, and that as part of that, review what some other municipalities do, which is take a percentage of the total budget and fund their accountability officers that way. I don't know enough about how that works in other municipalities, but I know that some do it, and I'd be prepared to explore that.
So just to be clear, so other municipalities that have accountability officers, some of them have like a fixed percentage of the overall budget?
A percentage of a percentage, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a 0.0 something, and that's just fixed, and that way council doesn't say, well, I don't want the integrity commissioners wandering around my business. I'm going to vote their budget down. Instead, it's fixed.
I think it's actually really odd that the integrity commissioner has to come here and say, hey, look, I have this new mandate to initiate investigations for you, but you need to fund me to do it. And then what we did at budget was we removed that funding. So essentially, we're saying you can't fill your legislative required duty. Oh, and hey, you can't look at what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's so much here. I'm trying to remember all my questions. On the accountability officer's motion, I wonder, through you to the councillor, if Councillor Layton's been following a bit of the discussion at the governance committee.
Pardon me?
I wondered if Councillor Layton's been following a bit of the discussion at the governance committee.
I had not seen your first meeting, no.
Okay, so fair enough. Some of the, if the councillor is aware that some of the discussion there was about sort of changes to the council structure and citizen involvement and maybe different panels or citizen membership. I wondered if Councillor Layton would feel if this was a friendly amendment to push it out one more cycle to 2021 budget until we have a fairly good idea of the governance process or any changes that might come out of that. Because I don't know what the impact would be on the accountability officers. And part of that process is to evaluate ourselves as a council of 25. So we don't, it's not quite half, but we have less than the number of members that we had before. So I wonder if that had an impact on things.
I think given that if we were pushing a report back to 2025, they wouldn't get funded until the 2022 budget. It's a report request. If in that time the city manager comes back and says, you know what, they can't do their duties, but we're going through these changes, the governance committee has set this up, let's wait and see what happens. I might be supportive of that. But at this point in time, look, we're cutting their budgets this year. It's been years since many of them got any funding increases. They're unable to do their jobs. We need some direction as to what is the proper funding level. And it shouldn't be us setting that level and setting the work plan, essentially, for the bodies that are supposed to be holding us accountable. And unfortunately, we have much less investment in our local media coverage than there was in the past. And so really the only people, besides a handful of really stellar reporters out there, are holding us to account and watching these decisions and trying to figure out what's going on in the chamber and communicating that to the
if
public.
this motion proposes an automatic funding process, would you be looking at other automatic funding mechanisms across the city and just kind of cut the budget committee out of the process then?
No, certainly not. This is one that for the accountability officers is, I think, quite unique, given that they report directly to council, but with a very unique relationship. and one that if there was actually just one day we had a mayor that had for some reason needed to get rid of some of the integrity commissioners, and trust me, the rhetoric in this room 2 terms of council ago, if some of you will remember, was very hostile towards our accountability officers, and it had absolutely zero merit.
So
that has changed under our current mayor, and I thank him for that.
So the process can't be trusted.
Well, I just think that it is quite rich for us to assume that we should be holding the purse strings for the people that should be watching over us.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll attempt to be brief. I have 2 motions. It's motion A, which is seeking just to reaffirm Council's position with respect to the ask of the federal government and the work that the Mayor is doing to ensure that we can get the necessary funding to help us with respect to fund the violence prevention strategy for the city. And that's one. And then number 2 is seeking to continue the agreement to continue the home share pilot project. And I realize that, talk to staff, there's funding that's available up to $120,000. I first became aware of this particular program some time ago through a program I saw in CBC, and I thought it was innovative and effective, and I was aware certainly later on that we were obviously going through the pilot program, and I think this needs to be continued because there's an opportunity for us to be able to help both those individuals who are looking to be housed and those individuals that are overhoused in essence, and some of the seniors who have extra capacity and so on, and I think that it would be important for us to play a role. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Mayor and his leadership on this particular budget process, and I know that his attempt to ensure that you operate within a line that keep taxes within the inflation rate. It makes a lot of sense. When I was campaigning during the course of the last election, what was actually on people's mind is their ability to afford living in this city, and we've talked about it amongst ourselves here. It's a topic of conversation that is very current and topical, and so the fact of the matter is that if people are able to keep more money in their pocket, it's a really good thing. I made the comment at Executive about the fact that a number of my residents have spoken to me, and in fact sometimes I'm really surprised at the fact that they'll say to me, look, I work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And it's actually true, and I think that it's important to recognize that. So an additional burden to our residents is extremely important. I also think that it's important for us to recognize the need for those residents who don't have a lot. And I realize that there are many of our residents who are in this particular predicament. And this budget seeks to create a balance, right? Because with respect to budgets and all the budgets that I've gone through over the years here, I've never seen a perfect budget. I've never seen a scenario where everything is perfect and everyone is happy with respect to what's on the table and so on. And so we're always trying to do the best we can within certain parameters and certain limitations and so on. And so I'm hopeful that as we move forward, some of the mechanics that we want to put in place in order to try to generate more revenues and the conversation that the Mayor and senior management are having with respect to the need for more resources are going to bear fruit. I want to also thank the city manager and the staff who did a tremendously amazing work while we were out door knocking and on the campaign trail and so on, and have come up with a budget that seeks to address many of the issues and so on. While it's not perfect, and again, budgets are never perfect, whether or not it's in this organization or the private sector and so on, there's always challenges and so on. There is a lot in this budget for every a lot of different pressures that this city is facing. And I realize that others will bring forward motions to bring more, want more, and so on. There are motions, I understand, coming up about the hubs and maybe community spaces and so on. I will not be supporting or deviating from what's actually in the budget as it is, Speaker. So I would ask that we make special, and pay special attention to ensure that we support what is here, because in fact we can all ask for many things as we want in a budget, but if we don't have the ability to afford it or to pay for it, it really is all for naught. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Question.
Question, yep. Councillor Perks, clarification.
Yes, first of all, thank you for those great motions. I imagine I'm going to be supporting them. I just wanted to clarify, with the motion having to do with the youth violence,
yes,
the gun violence issue, if I remember correctly, during the presentations from agencies at Budget Committee, the Toronto Police Service said that one element of what we were asking for in there, which was the shot spotter, is something that they don't want to do whether there's funding or not. So your motion wouldn't be putting that back on the table. That's for the other elements.
No, in fact, I don't even support the shot spotter because, quite frankly, in our system, we don't have areas where the police don't go. In the American system, they actually have areas where the police actually don't go unless they really need to. And so they need, and I looked at ShotSpotter probably about 8 years ago, particularly I found about it in New Jersey, and they found that the only reason why it was effective there is because there are areas where police actually don't police.
I see.
And in Canada, in Toronto,
so it's the other elements of
absolutely, not at all.
Diversion programs,
absolutely,
and community supports. And
preventative programs.
Preventative programs.
Supporting.
You've got my vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, you put your name up.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to, this is a question to clarify motion number 3B. With respect to the home share pilot project and the quantum of up to $120,000 funded through the CPIP grant program, is your motion simply directing staff to do what they would have normally done by way of the course of the grant program?
I'm seeking to continue the home share pilot program, and I'm also suggesting where the funding is coming from so staff have adequate funding to continue the program.
And the CPIP program that you're drawing the funds from, the deliberation of those funds and the decision-making around drawing from those funds, that usually revolves a larger process with respect to staff recommendations, community participation, and then through a series of recommendations, does it come to your committee, actually the committee that you chair, Economic Community Development. Are you suggesting that they skip that process because you're simply directing staff to pull the money from CPIP?
So I want to see that the program itself continues. If there's a need to come back to committee in order for approval to be granted, staff will make that particular decision.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't think I fully understand. The process of renewal for programs, going through the CPIP program funding, there's a deliberate process of staff evaluation, staff recommendations, negotiated contract, third-party purchase of service. All of that goes through a very clear and transparent process and then reported out to committee. And at that point in time, the community may come out to speak for or against it. You're simply taking a program that you like, which I like too, so that's all good with me. But you're circumventing that process, is what I think this motion does. Is that correct?
It's not the attempt to circumvent the process, Councillor. It's an attempt to allow staff to continue. So whatever the requirements are that staff needs to fulfill the obligation that's required, I'm presuming that they're going to take those steps. I think it's really important to ensure that the community is engaged because this is part of a community program, so I certainly wouldn't want to leave the community out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question.
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's through you to the councillor. Just the motion 3A on the July 23rd and 30th council meeting, I'm assuming refers to item, and I'm scrolling to it here, CC 44.14, immediate steps to address gun violence. Have I got that correct?
Yes, I think it is, yeah.
So how would you propose with your motion that we deal with this, because there were several components to that motion that various councillors have voted in support of, not in support of. You know, I'm pretty sure, if I remember and I go through the vote record, I wasn't happy with everything in there. How would you propose that we reiterate our position on this matter?
So,
without voting on all the items separately again.
Sure. So, Councillor, as the motion is pretty clear in terms of how it illustrates is that we actually have a violent prevention strategy that the city wants to obviously expand on, and that is to help to address some of the issues that we're facing in the city. We know right now we don't have the resources in order to ensure that the strategy be fully implemented. The different parts in it will be determined as part of the process itself and staff dealing with implementing the strategy. So I don't want to tell the staff all the elements that needs to be in it. I simply want to reaffirm our position with respect to making sure that the federal government is going to ensure that we have the resources to implement the violent prevention strategy as such.
So I know I couldn't agree on all of the things that council agreed upon on that day. Would you see it a friendly amendment to make those two pieces your motion? One is to reaffirm the position, and the second one is to urge the federal government to fully fund its share of violence prevention strategy. Because I'm with you on that, absolutely.
Yeah,
and it makes it a little easier for me to remain consistent in my position. Would you say that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'm not adverse to that, Councillor, because I think it incorporates the elements and the objective as to what we want to achieve. Because clearly, at the end of the day, I think we all want the same thing. We want a safe city. We want to prevent young people who are, for the most part, involved in a lot of the gang or criminal activities that are taking place and so on. We want to encourage them to be doing other things, and we want to obviously reduce the level of violence that exists more so in an area dealing with youth and young people.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three motions. Motion A is a Section 37 allocation for bell box murals across Ward 6. Motion B is a Section 37 contribution to the North York Women's Shelter to help them build recreational and playground facilities in their new facility on Shepherd Avenue. And motion C is amendments to augment and enhance the review of our winter operations or maintenance programs to make sure that it comes forward in the 2020 budget process, and also that I've got a specific idea here to make sure that renters and condominium owners and people who are visiting stores understand that as the owner of those facilities or the managers of those facilities to make sure that all driveways, walkways, and parking lots are to be cleared and ice-free, and it's a responsibility of those owners to do so. This, I'd like to first of all thank city staff, budget staff, Budget Chief Crawford, the Budget Committee, the Mayor, and of course his staff for all the work that goes into the budgetary process. And as a person who was on the Budget Committee for 4 years, it is both time-consuming, it is daunting, and it is a grave responsibility. And I realize the role of councillors was slightly diminished through this budgetary process because of the election, but nevertheless, in the years ahead, they will be making a major commitment of time and effort. And, you know, it's really a balancing act. We want many services, and we must also, at the same time,
stay within what we can afford. It's a very strong document. It's one of the best budgets I've seen in the 8 years I've been here. Do we want to do more? Of course, we'd love to do more. But at the same time, we have to live within our means, we have to live within our capabilities, and we have to make sure that we don't raise property taxes above the rate of inflation that, as I mentioned earlier, will just hurt seniors, young families, and young people who have the dream of owning their own home. I'd just like to zero in on a couple of areas that are important for my committee. The winter operations, which you'll find in the budget documents. Right now we're spending more money on street clearing and winter operations, plowing roads, plowing sidewalks than ever before. This mayor, since he's been here, has added $10 million to winter operations budgets. And clearly, the review that's been asked will make sure that we're spending those dollars in the best way possible. But it's more than just throwing money at a problem. We must make sure we have solid policy that works. I have a complaint here about snow removal that is sort of a good microcosm of the challenge we're facing. It is someone that went to visit the Art Gallery of Ontario during a winter storm. He parked in a Green Pea parking lot, which was very difficult to navigate, and the Green Pea snow clearing is their responsibility. He then walked across the sidewalk, which we assume was a city sidewalk, which of course was the city's responsibility to clear. And then the person walked across the AGO property, which of course he described as treacherous. There was also construction there, and of course the clearing of that sidewalk or that courtyard was the AGO's responsibility. So in a 5-minute walk, my constituent who was downtown taking tourists around in the wintertime had to cross 3 jurisdictions of snow removal. And he was wondering, well, who's responsible for clearing it all off? And the answer is there's 3 jurisdictions in the 3-minute walk that he had. And it's important to remember that when we do our review of our winter operations, that business and property owners are responsible for ensuring that all ice and snow are cleared from sidewalks, driveways, parking spaces, steps, ramps, and landings within 24 hours of the snowfall to provide safe access for people and vehicles. It's also important that in this review that we look at enforcement of those snow clearing companies that are dumping snow into the middle of our streets, to look at better ways of licensing and better ways of enforcement. Going forward, we are also very optimistic about the funds that are being allocated.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Oh, Councillor Fletcher has a question for you. Oh, you don't? Okay. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And I can begin by placing a number of motions. There is, and I will go through them, and so if those can be placed. I'll begin my remarks by noting that I think it is fair to say at this point in the budget, and we all know this, sadly for me, that big, significant changes are not coming. And that is the first, and that's Section 37. There are 2 preceding ones, which I will articulate, related to Toronto Public Health and a cost-sharing program, and the 4th, which is Focus. We've dealt with the tax rate. We had a fulsome debate on it, and as such, there's limited wiggle room where we are. And so I find myself in the situation as a councillor trying to do the very best at the last minute to where I see it to make this budget better. To that end, I have a motion which is a Section 37 net impact of 0, a 21K net project relating to Create Health Plus, a food program through Toronto Public Health subject to provincial funding, and an expansion of Focus. I just want to spend a minute to talk about the Focus program because it's one I've spoken of many times in this chamber before. The Focus program is about preventing violence, in particular preventing youth violence in our communities. And in July of this past year, we endorsed the Focus program and the expansion of it into 3 new neighborhoods as one of our council commitments to ending gun violence. We did that as this council, and we did that because we were told at the time that the funding would be coming from the federal government. We were assured, based on conversations with ministers and the Prime Minister, that the funding was coming. Well, the funding has not come. We have been able to expand the focus program into 1 neighborhood, but not 3. And so here we sit, coming up on the summer, and yet again, we're at risk of young people falling into a cycle of violence. And so what is the focus program? This is a program where the United Way and member agencies, City of Toronto staff, and the local police division on a weekly basis sit around a table together to identify and work with youth who are vulnerable to violence, to try to give them that spark and that path, whether you need counseling, whether you need access to employment, whether you need access to health care, or whether you need access to an education or school. It works. It's been demonstrated to work. And if we expand it here today, it will, in 2 additional neighborhoods, help to ensure that there are fewer kids getting in trouble with the law. That's a good thing. And so, you know, listen, in the years ahead, I'm pretty subdued given the point of the day. In the years ahead, I'm hopeful and I will continue to advocate for, I believe, ambitious investments in this city and ambitious investments driven by increased revenue to support that city. Today, where we sit right now, I'm going to do the best I can to try to make this city work a little bit better for everyone, and I'd ask you to support my motions. Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Speaker, I have a number of motions. We can start running through them. So my first motion is to reduce the police service budget by $3.35 million and to allocate that money to the Toronto Public Library for implementation of extended hours. Second motion is to decrease the police service budget by $250,000 and to use that money for the Environment and Energy Division to be able to allow for the full implementation of Transform TO. I am moving also that City Council direct the Manager of Transportation Services to report to Council prior to the launch of the 2020 budget on a pricing strategy for on-street parking permits. Shout out to various of my Twitter friends who want that. I'm moving that the Toronto Police Service Board operating budget be reduced by $375,000 and that the Shelter Housing and Support Administration budget be increased by that amount and that be allocated to the Create Health Plus program. I'm moving that the City Council increase the recommended budget for the Integrity Commissioner and that be funded from an increase in the target for the Toronto Parking Authority dividend. On this one, should it pass, I will also be moving a motion when we consider the Toronto Parking Authority budget that they remove the discounts that they put in place in the area of the King Street pilot in order to fund this increase in their dividends. So it would be a wash for them. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff. Some of that should be fairly self-evident, what I'm trying to do. On the extended library hours, you've heard that the Toronto Library Board has approved a plan to extend library hours, and we keep falling behind on the implementation of that because Toronto City Council does not allocate enough money to them to do it. On the matter of the, help me, Joe, what's the name of that program again? Create Health Plus. I want to explain for a moment what that is. Several years ago, the medical officer of health and a variety of other stakeholders looked at the fact that homeless people do not have access to nutritious food and that this profoundly affected their health outcomes. This contributes to the fact that we have to go month after month to the homeless memorial and mourn the loss of Torontonians who died on our streets because of many things, but one of them is that they don't have access to nutritious food. What we wound up doing is, through shelter housing and support, providing money to a variety of drop-in programs so that they could provide food that was actually nutritious from a basket of food types that nutritionists had recommended. What has happened is we have not recently increased that program to keep up with the rate of inflation. That's one thing that's happened. The second thing that has happened is that certain foodstuffs that are in there, the green vegetables, for example, have increased in price much faster than the rate of inflation. The third thing that has happened is that the number of people who are homeless and showing up at drop-ins has dramatically increased, but the budget has not increased, so agencies are unable to provide that food. So this would improve health of the most vulnerable population in the City of Toronto. Now, you've noticed in a few instances here I've asked for money from the police budget. I want to just point out that the total amount of money is in the neighborhood of $3.5–4 million. And essentially, as we all know here, we as a council cannot reach into the police services budget and say, you have to cut this element of it or that element of it or whatever. Instead, this would become an unallocated cut of about $3.5–4 million. And the Police Service Board would have to figure it out where that comes from. By way of comparison, the budget that you're considering approving right now has a $12 million unallocated cut to the TTC. They're supposed to just figure it out. And the city manager has recommended a $10 million unallocated cut to our core programs. This is just treating the police service in a similar way to how we treat our main public service and the Toronto Transit Commission.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Please, no applause. Thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Layton. 3 minutes clarification.
Yeah, well, now my question's where was the chairing section when I spoke? So my question is about the Toronto Parking Authority change. This is to, remind me how much is it that this King Street pilot parking incentive is, and what is it?
So what happened is, when we were initially implementing the King Street pilot, we were uncertain about what the impact would be on local businesses. So at the suggestion of the mayor, the Toronto Parking Authority said, okay, we will help to attract people into that area by reducing the rates we charge, and I think extending the hours that you can stay there at a certain rate in the area of the King Street pilot. We have since learned that the number of people going into that corridor is dramatically up because transit ridership is up even further than we had hoped it would be. And we have seen from, I think it's Moneris data, that business is not down in the area, business is in fact slightly up. So the need for, I think it's about $40,000 a month in revenue loss to the TPA no longer exists. The amount that I put here is about 6 or 7 months, because we're already 3 months into the year of that subsidy, and so the parking authority could meet it on without having to annualize any numbers.
So if I may, this isn't an increase in the parking rates that existed there. This is eliminating that incentive.
This is a return to the parking fees structure that we had prior to the King Street pilot program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. I have two motions. The first is a housekeeping motion on funding for an EA for the Yonge 401 interchange. It was prepared by transportation staff and is doing what we would be doing anyway. It requires no additional funding source. The reason that I made the motion to do something that would happen anyway is it's important to send the message to the province that we will be doing our share on this, and otherwise they would use the appearance of our lack of commitment to try to not come through with their part of the bargain. The second motion has to do with our urgent need for new revenue sources. And I'm going to start out by talking about potholes because that's not what I want to talk about. But back in the North York days, in a typical year, I would get maybe 1 or 2 complaints about taxes. And it was the same with just pretty much all of the North York councillors back in those days. And that was because the public perceived that they were getting good value for their tax dollars. Why did they perceive that? Because basic things were looked after. Their garbage was picked up, their snow was cleared, their parks were looked after, and the potholes got fixed. So the reason that we need to make sure we do the potholes is to get that public perception that their money is being spent well, and they are much more inclined to support our need for additional revenue when they have that perception. So I think things like fixing potholes should just be a given. They should not be something that we need to debate during the budget discussions. And what I'm about to talk about is no reflection on the Budget Committee that I think has a very difficult job and sometimes a thankless task and does the best it can with what it has available. But there is a fundamental disconnect between the programs and projects which Council has already endorsed and our ability to fund those. There's a disconnect between what we pledge to support during election campaigns and what we are able to actually vote for because of available funds. We have billions of dollars of disconnect between our capital needs and what is actually funded in this budget. And a lot of these disconnects are much too large to be funded through the property tax base. We need to stop pretending that any of this will somehow magically get fixed in next year's budget. We've been warned by staff for many years that we need to come to grips with the fact that we do not have enough revenue to provide the level of service that we all want to provide and that our residents expect. And we urgently need to find new sources of revenue. And I understand that that's easier said than done and that we need the province to get on board. But at the moment, we really haven't done our part. I think the Don Valley Parkway tolls is the only item that we're on record as asking the province to bring in new revenue. So yes, we need to do a better job with the potholes, but also let's not let ourselves be distracted by that discussion and to the point where we can't see the road ahead for the potholes.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Holyday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion on the environmental assessment at the Yonge 401 interchange is really high level. Could the councillor elaborate a little bit more on what specifically the EA is addressing or attempting to change?
So just to back it up a bit, there's the city did a study several years ago with the province, identified a number of options to fixing the Yonge 401 interchange, which is, I would say, the single most preventable traffic snarl in the whole city. The province, instead of moving right to an EA on that, used a variety of reasons, excuses not to, and said that they wanted to do their own study, a study of our study. That will be completed this year, and we can move into the EA stage for a project that we definitely need to have done. So the EA, of course, will examine all of the options and choose the best one, and then we would need to find the funding for that project. But it's currently in our development charges budget, so I'm optimistic that that won't be a big problem.
So through the chair, what would the utility of becoming involved in a highway interchange environmental assessment be for the city if it's about the highway interchange?
Because we are trying to cajole the province into working with us, and we cannot do it ourselves. We need their cooperation, and we do have a history of proposing that these projects be jointly funded. The difficulty is getting their half. This is a kind of urgent, vitally needed item that's been identified by council. So that there's, again, this is just a housekeeping item to make it clear to the province that we are vitally interested in proceeding with this EA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have 4 motions I would like to move. The clerks will put them on the screen. The first is direct the city manager to report back as part of the 2020 budget process on the feasibility of providing all city staff with a cost of living increase and benefits enhancements comparable to those proposed for the Toronto Police uniform officers and the new Toronto Police contract proposal for 2019 to 2024. Motion B is to add to the recommendation number 60 the feasibility and the service implication levels of harmonizing Toronto East York sidewalk snow clearing to match those standards in the suburban areas, and also to consider internalizing snow clearing, salting, and other winter services. My third motion is to increase the 2019 operating budget by $70,000 to draw those funds from the Social Housing Stabilization Reserve account to specifically fund for the expansion of administration for the rent bank and the trusteeship program. And then recommendation for Motion D is to increase the operating budget by $160,000 to develop the Regent Park Aquatic Program pilot in partnership with the TDSB schools as listed there, and to draw those funds from the 2019 capital from current contributions. Madam Speaker, I recognize that putting together the city's budgets are not necessarily a small amount of work, and with that I would like to thank the extraordinary work of the city staff. I think that they've done an exceptional job. This is always a difficult time of year, but I want to thank them. I want to thank the Budget Committee, the chair, for going out to the various parts of the city to listen to what the community has got to say. I think that's a very worthwhile and very important process as it speaks to the democratization of the budget. I really like, Madam Speaker, the very first slide that our city manager used in his presentation. And that slide had a triangle that identified 3 particular pillars of what constitutes the development of a budget. And he spoke about the visions, the values, and the strategies, and how it connects with one another in order for this budget to come out. Clearly, the vision piece is one that we have to articulate. We need to be able to describe through our value propositions what it is that we want to see in our city, and how do we want to build it? Who are we developing this city for, and do we recognize the vulnerable populations, and how do we address those inequities and those structural gaps? The strategy piece is something that we've struggled with as a council. The vision and values is the piece that comes out through press conferences, through reports, through strategies that are uncosted and unfunded, and then when we come to the budget process, we scramble. And that's what we've done now, once again, Madam Speaker, is that we are scrambling. Left out of this budget process is a number of considerations, and significantly the capital backlog with respect to TCHC housing. We are going to be leaving people behind if the houses are literally crumbling around them. We know that TTC riders, Madam Speaker, are having a very difficult time navigating some very crowded conditions on Line 1, Line 2, and the ride and the experience for the rider is not better. It is becoming worse. Despite the service enhancements that we are investing, overall the rider experience is sometimes declining simply because of capacity and ridership. I recognize that, Madam Speaker, it's very important for us to take care of the residents of Toronto, but we cannot do that, Madam Speaker, if we're not taking care of the people that take care of the residents of Toronto by measures through the previous budget process, either through gapping, perhaps through retirement, perhaps through precarity of jobs. We now have a public service that's being asked to do more and more with less and less. And Madam Speaker, I don't think it's fair that we treat the Toronto Fire Service, who are exceptional at what they do, or the Toronto Police, who are exceptional at what they do, any differently than anyone else in the public service, including our first responders, the Toronto paramedics. I think it's absolutely critical, Madam Speaker, that we treat all the public service equitably and fairly, and to me, that is a way for us to address the inequities by starting to take a look at how we do that business in-house. I won't speak necessarily to Regent Park because I've spoken about their plight before on multiple occasions, but I will finish this with one thought. There are members of the community that came out to sleep outside the community center, camped outside in -21-degree weather, Madam Speaker. It is heartbreaking to think that's what it took for them to enroll their children in those programs. And I asked myself as I'm getting ready to have my own first child whether or not I would do that. And Madam Speaker, I'm actually not sure if I would. And I have a choice. I could choose not to because I could probably afford to pay for private programming, but there are communities in our city that cannot. Thank you very much.
Time. And just so you know, you will. Councillor Karygiannis, you have a question for Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if we can put the first motion up again that the councillor referred to. I'm looking at that with great interest. Would this be something that will also you would like to extend to the paramedics?
Yes, Councillor, it would. It would include all staff.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, that was brief. Councillor Layton, you have a question for Councillor Wong-Tam?
Next year. Yes, in relation to the Parks and Rec motion, maybe this is one of those, were you aware? So I took notes at every budget consultation that we had officially as a subcommittee. And I got to tell you, the single group that had most representation out at those hearings, more than the TTC, more than environmental issues, was the Regent Park community coming out saying, we need this service. How strongly do you think the community is behind this particular request?
We have approximately 10,000 residents who live in Regent Park, and as many of you know, this was a neighborhood very dear to Councillor McConnell's heart. I know that she had advocated and worked specifically for this community to get the facilities that they have today, the aquatic center, the recreation center, the big park, everything in that community, Councillor McConnell poured her heart and soul to. It actually breaks her heart. I know this. It breaks her heart that her local community cannot access the facilities that she works so hard to deliver with them and for them on their behalf. It is the #1 issue in the neighborhood for this community, especially as we deal with youth poverty, as we deal with gun violence, as we deal with social isolation. It is certainly one of the top issues.
And how many spots is this that or how many individuals do we think that this will be able to impact in the neighborhood?
This is a pilot project for $160,000 stretched over 2 years. Staff, by way of their answers, had replied that approximately 100 youth would gain additional recreation services.
So this is almost an enhancement on the I forget the name of the program, the Swim for Life program. This is about getting young people, giving them the confidence to enter into other swim programs and then become more involved in the facility and more actively engaged in the swim, in the aquatics facility, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor. And I think that staff did note in their reply to me by way of questioning was that one of the things that they recognize is that this type of programming has not been done before. And if successful, and there's no reason why it can't be, we know that the TDSB is already supportive, the local trustee is supportive. We've already lined those pieces up. If successful, this program at relatively modest costs can be expanded throughout the city.
So we identified a systemic barrier and a potential solution for it that didn't involve going out and cutting programs from other people, but in fact enhancing service to give youth the confidence to learn how to swim, to become better swimmers, stronger swimmers, and therefore probably want to participate in the sport more.
That is correct, Councillor. This program was developed, this solution was developed by the community for the community, and it took over 2 years to develop. It started with Councillor McConnell and her conversations with the community, including PFR staff, and then it continued with Councillor Troisi with her support with PFR staff, and I am now the third councillor to take this particular position to try to champion this community initiative.
Oh, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Moving on to the next speaker, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I got a motion I'd like to put on the screen. It's self-explanatory. Don't think I need to read it. I'd like to move that. I'd just simply like to focus in a little bit on the poverty reduction elements in this year's budget, and reflect a little bit on where we were and how far we have come in focusing in on investing in a poverty reduction strategy for the City of Toronto. As I look at this year's budget and I look at the roughly $17 million that is going into the budget and what those things are for, and then as I look at sort of historically, and as I've been meeting with people, and for those who might not know, some days I don't know this either. I could perpetually remind myself I'm the poverty reduction advocate for the City of Toronto, and I've taken on this role, and I often think back to people like Pam McConnell and Joe Mahevich, the folks that have come before me, and the kinds of things that they focused in on and the kinds of things that they talked about. And I wish I'd sat there and paid a little more attention to them, because then I'd be finding my role and my job much easier now. And as I find that I have meetings upon meetings upon meetings with people, and as I focus in more closely on poverty and the people around me, I find myself looking at people somewhat differently. As someone who grew up poor, I'm not going to recount my history in full detail. And as somebody who spent a large part of his life as someone poor, it's remarkable how at some point, while you focus in on people's hardships and how sort of people struggle through life, you don't necessarily sort of focus in and say, how could I work to make that person's life a little easier? Well, I've been doing a lot more of that these days, Madam Chair, and in doing that and looking at historically where we were before this council actually undertook a very big and bold step to say we are going to develop an anti-poverty strategy for the City of Toronto. And then you look at that and you look at where we are today, and I have to tell you, I think this council, the mayor, this council should pat itself on the back because it's most definitely come a long way in doing some very, very good things. We have many millions of dollars, about $160 million in the base budget that are earmarked for poverty reduction. We are enhancing and increasing that this year, and that money goes into a variety of programs and initiatives that, Madam Speaker, while they may not completely alleviate or move people out of poverty, they do go a long way in making life a little easier for people who find themselves economically stressed between the money that they take in and the money that they put out. I just wanted to say that, Madam Speaker. I wanted to put that on the record. And I know that we have a 20-year strategy. We're finalizing that first 4 years. We're in the process of developing the next phase of the 4 years, the next phase of the strategy, the next 4-year cycle, and I look forward to working with all members of council in that regard. In a sincere way say to each and every one of you, if you have any suggestions or ideas, please talk to me about that, because I'd like to be as inclusive and include as many of those suggestions and ideas as possible. And that's all I have to say on that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Matlow. Clarification of the motion.
May I have the Big Brothers Big Sisters motion up? So I've also had conversations with Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Councillor Prutza, but how does their like training with youth outreach workers, for example, compare to ours? Do they have workers that are trained in trauma training and various issues that a lot of our youth experience, who we support in our youth spaces today?
Well, I'm not talking about the Big Brothers and Big Sisters. I'm talking about the Boys and Girls Club in the motion. And I can tell you that the Boys and Girls Clubs in my neighborhood have a great range of capacity to deal with young people in a variety of ways. So, but this only seeks to bring them to the table and engage them in that conversation.
I appreciate that. And I misspoke. Excuse me. I meant the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay.
But do you see them as, like, given that, I mean, they seek fundraising, and they have they're not consistent in their services, and they don't have the kind of staff that we have that are trained to respond to the kind of issues that a lot of our most vulnerable youth experience. You're not suggesting that they be a replacement for city youth hubs, are you?
No, I'm just saying that we engage them in that conversation about what they might be able to bring to the table and what they might be able to offer us. But I can tell you this, Councillor Matlow, I have a Boys and Girls Club in my Driftwood complex at the corner of Driftwood and Grand Ravine, and I can tell you they have done some pretty remarkable things with young people. They were instrumental, for example, in us building and putting together and creating a hub there, a hub that was actually supported by the Toronto Raptors at the time, some years back. So they have a great range of capacity. So all this seeks to do is to say, look, let's talk about what we might be able to do together.
I appreciate that. I was just I would hope that you would understand that the line of questioning is that our staff have been so clear that the services that the staff at our city youth spaces provide are just so unique and so different to what an organization like the Boys and Girls Club would provide, that they couldn't be a replacement. But if you're suggesting that they are a complement to what we provide, I think that's lovely.
Yeah, I think all the motion says here is look for opportunities, and really it's about engaging folks in our neighborhoods, and it shouldn't be just limited. I guess if I really had written the motion, I probably would have been a 10-pager, listing all the different groups and folks that should be included in that conversation.
Okay. Councillor Matlow, the time's up. Thank you. Councillor, did I see some? No? Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Hey, thanks very much, the Speaker. I'd like to speak a little bit about the budget and reference Councillor Pasternak's motion on winter operations and how that came through Executive Committee and some amendments there. And I think it touches on many of the themes of this year's budget. I know in my office the phone has been lighting up. The inbox has been blowing up on the snow removal requests, the service requests, and that's been very much the case for all of us here. So we can look at the way that we do the snow removal process kind of very much as a conversation about the budget as a whole, and how, as council, we have a set of core services that we deliver, and we do that based on the budget. It's really about an approach to our our service delivery as the City of Toronto. And this motion provides a response on how we can adjust that based on a series of environmental factors, changing context, changing dynamics, and really having that question of where we need to be going forward. So on this item in particular, we're of course responding to the issue of snow removal. But like many items, whether we're talking about recreation programs or transit affordability or housing, we need to be able to respond to changing dynamics here in the City of Toronto as we go forward. Now, this is my first budget, new here at Council, and I've definitely learned a lot in a very compressed timeline. But what we know, whether it's your own house or your business or the city, budgets are tough. I think that this motion strikes the right balance and takes the approach because it gives us a chance to look back at how things were done in the past, over the past 5 years that we've been in this contract. And it asks if, frankly, this is the right way to do things in the future. And I'm sure a lot of people have provided an impact to all, feedback to all of us on snow removal this year. When we pledge funding for city services, when we pledge funding for city programs, it's very crucial that we consider how the programs will actually be implemented. And when we're going through the analyst notes and you look at our spend rates, like I think we often see that sometimes we have a challenge actually spending the money to deliver the programs. So we haven't spoken that much today about the long-term financial plan that's coming to Council later this year, but I think that's really important. And initiatives like this, like the snow removal, like some of the other reports that we're seeing coming back, need to be actually considered within the long-term financial plan as we're doing the budget. And that's going to give us a much fuller, more robust budget conversation that we can go through. Now, being on the committee, I heard from residents in my ward. We did a local town hall. We went out to diners. We talked to people. We listened to deputants in Etobicoke and Scarborough and here at City Hall. The common theme for me, although there were quite a divergence of views on different items, but most people said that they want the best quality services while also maintaining affordability in the city. People have different ideas of how we would do that, for sure, but thematically, that is something that we heard. And reviews like this definitely give us an opportunity to do that. So I think, like as we heard from the General Manager of Transportation, our 7-year snow contract is in fact coming to an end, and now is an important time for us to have that conversation about service delivery and the cost to do it and where we want to be as the City of Toronto. And I think it's important for us to commit to improving on those services so residents can actually rely on it. This is the process that I think when we go forward into the 2020 process, we should really be trying to take. Not just things that we do on the floor of Council here on the last day of budget, but having those conversations, focusing on making these plans with the help of staff and how we actually implement them and have the resources, of course, to deliver them. But that, to me, I think leads to better outcomes, and I'm hoping that's the direction that we can take going forward. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to all the staff that have put in Herculean effort in delivering this budget. I know it's above and beyond what you normally would have to do, given that this was an election year, so staff-driven budget. And of course, the budget chair and the budget committee for really being the driving force on this over the past 4 months here at City Hall. I think we have a good product, and I'm looking forward to getting started again in a few short months on the 2020 project. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Okay, members of council, it's 10 to 6, and we decided we would, no, hold on, let me finish. So I'm sensing from members of council that you want to complete the item, but don't forget we have 2 other items as well. So we need a motion to complete the agenda, but what I would suggest is for the staff that maybe we have a half-hour break and then come back and complete, because it will take another 2 or 3 hours to complete everything. So is that the wish of council? Okay, so a motion to complete the agenda by Councillor Thompson. Okay, recorded vote. Because we have 2 other items as well. Otherwise, we'll have to come back tomorrow. Water and garbage.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Bailao and Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Ainsley.
The motion to extend the meeting after a half-hour break to complete the agenda carries. The vote is 23-2.
Councillor Grimes, you wanted to come back tomorrow? You wanted to come back tomorrow? Okay, so we'll have one more speaker and then we'll break for a half hour. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have...
No, you don't.
I do?
Okay, go for it.
I have some motions.
Pardon?
So, as I said in my earlier comments, there are... Madam Speaker, if you could hold my... I just can't hear anything at all.
Okay, please, can I have some quiet, please? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as I said in my earlier comments, these youth spaces that I described earlier, if you speak to social development staff and others who work in our libraries, in our communities, they will tell you that they can make a difference between life and death in some cases. They support our most vulnerable youth in our neighborhoods.
Do you have motions?
Yeah, I'm referring to them, yeah. And
you need to place them before you speak.
I've asked to place them, and now I'm speaking to them right now. I'm speaking about the youth spaces in the motions. So what these motions do, so what I was trying to explain is that earlier I understood that either I need to find revenue to be able to support them or offsets to be able to support them, whatever it takes to make sure that we really do something to support these neighborhoods, to build safer communities, and to change these kids' lives. If you visit some of these youth spaces that we currently have, you will hear from those kids and those who work with them that there are some stories where they would otherwise be hanging out with a gang if they didn't have a safe space to go. Some of them have learned about their interests or employment opportunities, go on paths that they wouldn't otherwise have had. Sometimes they just need a place to go after school when they've got a single parent who can't find another place. I'm not advocating for one in my ward. I'm talking about throughout the city in most wards that would really contribute to their quality of life and their safety and to support parents who desperately need them. It's all about safety. It's all about affordability. I believe it's the right thing to do. And so what I did is that my staff and I went through, like, with a fine-tooth comb, every element of the budget that we have access to. We don't have the same access, as you know, as the mayor's office does and some on budget, but we did our very best, and we struggled with this. We really struggled with this. And we arrived at areas of a number of different departments, and I've spoken with various staff about this, where there's funds put aside for eventual fleet replacement incrementally. So in other words, when I've actually spoken to the staff who are actually responsible for those divisions, they don't, I'm not getting the feeling, like, I basically said, am I going to break anything? Am I hurting anything? That's not the case. If I've got to choose between, like, are we going to, like, replace a car this year or next year versus being able to make a meaningful difference where we leave a legacy in these communities that actually change lives, I'm supporting the kids. And if you read the briefing note that staff, like Stephanie Hansen and others at Social Development wrote, it wasn't just supportive. I think it's fair to characterize it as enthusiastic, because it will really make a difference. I also have one, by the way, on the expansion of the tenant hotline and outreach organizing programs. I visit buildings. 50% of Torontonians are tenants. They struggle enormously every time they are subject to another above the guideline rent increase. They don't have the ability often to take on a a well-financed landlord at the landlord-tenant board, they don't even know how to navigate the system. They have no idea where to start. And the ability to actually even just have some knowledge, understand the system, what to do to be able to bring down that rent increase. If the narrative today is affordability, I can tell you honestly, anytime they're able to fight a landlord at the board, often they can get at least a percentage or 2% off that AGI, which means that young people have more opportunity to live in our city. Seniors don't have to move out of their neighborhoods and be more isolated. I'm pleading to you. I know this is a political place by nature. I know that there can be teams sometimes. I know that some of you love me, some of you I've pissed off. Yeah. I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, these are really important programs, and they really make a difference. And we've really worked hard to find responsible ways to fund them. And I just ask you to consider supporting them today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll recess to till 6:30. If I can ask members of council to please come into the council chambers. Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I have three motions, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to be moving.
Okay, if you can move it.
Okay, the first one I'm going to move is transportation services, that the City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to include the following review of winter maintenance requested by Mayor Tory, and that is establishing a comprehensive snow removal plan around school properties to enhance the safety of students. And just moving that because I don't think we have a focused policy in terms of ensuring the perimeters around our schools are safe for our children. And so I think the creation of these berms is very hazardous, some of the mountains of snow. So I think we need to look at that in our review. And secondly, I'd like to move that the City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Services to report to Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the best practice being used nationally and internationally in dealing with the management and repair of potholes on city streets, one of your favorite subjects, Madam Speaker. And B, how present practice is being employed by the city in dealing with repair and maintenance of our city roads demonstrate good value. So I'd like to report back on those as they do their future evaluations on how to improve those very important services. The third motion I'm moving is with Parks and Forestry, Recreation. The City Council requests the General Manager of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to report back as part of the Ravine strategy, which is coming, I think, in Q2, on a comprehensive ravine litter pickup and cleanup campaign in partnership with school boards, environmental groups, NGOs, and local resident associations, and B, establishing a scientific advisory panel to develop a framework for the removal of the invasive species in Toronto's ravine system, such as the Japanese knotweed, garlic mustard, Norway maple, those darn Norwegians are taking over the city, and dog strangling vine. So report back on this committee.
Dogs are strangling vines?
And C, establishing a comprehensive natural species planting program in our Toronto ravine system. Those are the three motions I had. And just speaking to the budget itself, and I know here there's been a lot of excellent suggestions, debate, also references to the hard work done by our staff, you know, City Manager Chris Murray and all the city managers, I think, have worked extremely diligently over the last number of months to put this together, and also to Gary Crawford and the members of the Budget Committee for putting in all this time. because the endless hours and the details you've been dealing with is really to be commended, because it is not easy work, and so I want to make sure that that appreciation goes out to the public, because these budgets, putting together a budget that serves 3 million people is not an easy task, and so you've done it. And as many people have said, there's no budget everybody agrees to, but certainly nobody can disagree with the amount of blood, sweat, and tears and work and input that came from councillors too throughout the whole process. And I just want to have a big shout out for everybody who did the incredible work on this. I just want to say, one of the things I just want to make clear is that the proposals that have been made by some councillors on increasing some of the taxes, and not major increases, and adding some revenues for things they believe in, I think are not to be attacked on their own merits, but I'm just saying what is really, I think, a cautionary tale is things like the $60 license fee. I mean, all the incredible, great work that the city does. And if you look at everything from library services to Parks and Rec, our homeless programs, our TDC, police, the incredible work that a city does, more than probably any other municipality in North America, that we take on as a city. So, and those are incredibly expensive things and I think our big fault with those programs is sometimes we never explain or basically share these programs with the general population. Because how are they going to get information about these great programs, you know, unless you receive them? And certainly people know that they're going to get a TTC service, police service, but do they really know the incredible work that we do with people at risk in our shelters, in our community service? They don't. And so we've got to do a better job, I think, and I think as councillors, I'm going to try and do my best to let people know about the incredible services that come as a result of budgets, of tax dollars that they pay. And I think we have to do a better job at that and not assume they know. Because I know when you talk to people, they say, well, yeah, I know the city, yeah, you're in charge of garbage and you're in charge.
Thank you, Councillor Cole.
That's it?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're way over time. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. May I see motion number 1 regarding snow services, snow plowing, something around schools?
No, I disagree with the mic's on.
Councillor Cole, your mic is on. Somebody's asking you a question.
Oh, sorry, I was just answering.
No, but don't answer
Carol here,
Councillor
I thought.
Carroll. Answer Councillor
I
Holiday.
apologize. Sorry.
He was
Councillor.
basking in the afterglow of his speech.
No, I wasn't even in the speech.
We were all just warming ourselves.
Okay, hold on.
Getting ready.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Councillor Holiday is asking for the motion for the schools to be put up on the screen. It's right there.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll note I'm at 30 seconds and I haven't started. But if I may clarify through you to the councillor, there's an operative word in there, and that is removal of windrows and mounds of snow near and around school properties. And I wonder through you to the councillor if there was an intentful reference to removal, because it's a very different operation than snow clearing. Snow removal involves loading into trucks and driving it away or melting it on site, which is quite an undertaking, and I wondered if I could get some clarity on that. It's very important.
Yeah, I guess my point, Councillor, is I was trying to emphasize the removal of the windrows from, you know, the sidewalk and the entrances to the school, rather than removal to an off-site location. I was really trying to emphasize in the vulnerable areas near sidewalks entering in the school zone.
So, through the Speaker, I wondered if you could propose how that could be done and where the snow would go, because it's a fairly big undertaking to go and believe me, I know, because I've been exploring this.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you ask. It's like a setup question. I had great luck with our deputy city manager. I had a school call me, West Prep School in my ward, and they had these horrible windrows blocking a lot of the access to the school. So I called Transportation Services and I said, listen, there's a dangerous situation at West Prep School. Well, within 8 hours they came, they cut down the windrows and they piled up the ice and snow in the corner of the school property. and the dangerous windrows were gone. So they did it without me instructing them what to do with it.
So the
They
city
did a
did
pretty
that.
good job.
So the city sent out a, a Bobcat or some kind
Yeah.
of machine, and they dug that out. I don't remember how many schools we had. It was 700 or 800 from that report. So you would advocate that we would institute that level of service at all the schools to go and dig out the windrows. And I mean, I'm not saying it's not important, but this is the intent of the motion, is to get into that type of work.
We definitely have to. We talk about Vision Zero in our schools. If we don't make schools safe in the wintertime, we are basically neglecting a real serious part of school safety.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yes, couple of friendly questions with regard to the motions. With regard to looking at international standards for potholes, I know the councillor's new, but is he aware that we've actually done some of those studies? In fact, we've consulted with the Marine Engineering Corps in the United States on how to build roads better.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but Madam Speaker, as you know, the evidence is in the pots, and the potholes, it's an epidemic of potholes. So all that consulting did with the engineers, the Marine Corps, didn't do us any good because the potholes are popping up everywhere.
Just suggesting, Councillor, will you try and read some of those background materials before you...
I can read all I want, but I want the potholes fixed. The reading isn't going to do it. We need pothole fillers all over the place.
Sometimes a little bit of education helps everybody.
Education, but we need, some grit. We need some muscle power filling those potholes.
Well, it hasn't worked so far. Let me ask you about, I want to go back to this idea about the city providing extra services in front of schools. So Councillor Holyday asked these questions, which actually made me ask two types of questions, two areas of questions. So that prep school that you asked for is a private school. Do you believe that don't you believe a private school should be responsible for their own snow removal?
No.
Is it a private, you said prep,
No,
whatever West Prep School, is it a private school?
In the old village of Forest Hill, they called their schools prep school. North Prep, South Prep, West Prep.
And it's a public school?
And it's public, and it's a great school.
Oh, I see. But do you think private...
Education, you see?
No. Fair enough. I don't have that local familiarity, so I can learn a little, and I can...
Yeah, we all can learn.
So you should be able to learn a little.
Yeah, definitely.
Very good.
Okay.
But do you also think for those public schools, because I've heard this from some of my public schools, that snow is a problem, and I'm thinking to myself, you've got plows, you've got contractors, this is an extra pressure on the city. Would you be prepared to recognize, as a general principle, that public schools and private schools, all schools, can't keep on looking to the city and say that we've got to come and solve their problems, that they've got to take responsibility for themselves? If there's too much snow on their driveways or in front of their schools, then maybe that they should get their private contractors to clear out their problems.
No, I agree with you that, the city already does a great deal, and we should get the cooperation of the school board. We should get the cooperation of the private schools, because I have a lot of private schools in my area, and they're not wealthy schools, but we got to do it collaboratively. I agree with you there. We can't do it by ourselves.
But they should have to pay part of this themselves, or
we should explore that. Yeah,
they should clean up their own property.
yeah, they should. But we've got to work together.
Okay, this is clarification of the motion.
It is clarification
No, it's
of the
good.
motion. It's directly related to the motion that he was talking
I feel a lot
about.
clearer on it now than I did before.
It's the first time I've stood up, Francis, the whole entire day.
Good questions. I appreciate it.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Cole, it's my understanding that the school boards actually are responsible for clearing their sidewalks, their parking lots, and that is part of their caretaking and maintenance responsibilities. Are you aware of that?
I am, but what happens when the roads get plowed, snow builds up,
No, I understand that.
and you have these windrows
No,
that
I
the
get
kids
that.
climb onto and fall off and trip over,
But
and
that-
cars can't drop off their kids.
But getting cars in and out of the schoolyard and whatever the parking lots are, these are actually school property that the school boards are responsible for.
No, no, these are public roads. These are city roads and city sidewalks that
No,
abut.
they are city sidewalks that the school boards clear. Are you aware? They clean all of the sidewalks, they have all of the equipment, it's part of their caretaking responsibilities.
No, but I told you, what happens is the
hear that.
snow mounds build up
asking
on the city road adjacent to the city sidewalk, and that's where the dangers are. And so the road becomes much more narrow.
Isn't
know.
your motion that we clear the sidewalks at the schools?
I said clearing the snow windrows and clearing,
Could I
what
see
else did I
that
say?
motion
Clearing.
again, please?
Okay.
Put the motion up
okay.
there.
Snow removal plan. I want to be very clear that that actually is a requirement. They do that already.
But-
So
but
I don't
that-
want to be sending crews out to all the schools when we have residents who are locked in and don't have snow blowers, don't have John Deeres that drive around the property like all of the school boards do.
Well, I'm right there. I don't have, the sidewalks aren't there if you notice. What I'm worried about is these mounds of ice that build up
I hear
all
you.
around our school perimeters
Well-
and causing all kinds of traffic issues.
Why haven't they cleared
pedestrians,
that ahead of time as soon as it happens?
because they have no responsibility to clear
Okay,
the roads.
okay, I think we're just going a little too far. Yeah, point of order. I think we're,
And we're just slipping into our old ways.
Yeah.
because Let's look at what this motion's about.
yeah.
It's about adding a clause to the review that I requested of snow clearing activities. It actually has no impact on the budget at all. The questions and discussion were more in the flavor of debate than they were in the flavor of getting clarification. And I would have voted against extending this meeting if I thought we're going to spend our time here till midnight doing this kind of thing where it's just asking that something be put into the review, it's up or down. And I would just hope this is the kind of way we conduct ourselves that actually earns the disrespect of some of the people who would say we can't get anything done down here. That we would have that kind of debate going on about adding to a clause in the review that has no impact on the budget at all. It's a review. Let's just say yes to it. But we've got 5 people lined up to ask questions on, and they're having effectively a debate about snow clearing. So I would just ask members of council, through you, Madam Speaker, to just think about all this. Otherwise, we will be here till midnight, and by the time we get to 11 o'clock, you know what happens. This place doesn't work properly, and then we'll do things that earn the disrespect again of all the people who are here. So I just hope we could do that.
Thank you. And it's like clarification of the motion, not getting into debates. Councillor Perks, clarification.
Yes, I need Councillor Cole to clarify something for me. So I'm concerned that the 2 motions that you have put forward are actually contradictory. You've asked for one piece to protect our ravines and another piece to do snow removal. The issue is that when we do snow removal, we dump the snow in one of 2 sites, either at Exhibition Place or in the Don Valley. And we have found that by dumping snow in the Don Valley, because the stuff we scoop up is heavily salinated, we're actually causing invasive salt-friendly species to move into the Don Valley. So I want to know which of the 2 things that you've put forward you actually support.
Well, I think you're exaggerating the intent here. What I'm trying to do is ask the Transportation Department to review the possibility of doing a better job of removing snow around our schools and the buildup of ice. And, you know, the committee can look at what they do eventually down the road to haul it all away. And in no way do I suggest that they should be short-sighted in where they dump her. And that is a problem that goes beyond this issue.
Thank you. That clarified the motion for me. I get to vote against both.
Okay. Vote against the school.
Okay, come on, let's move on. Like, we want to get this done, the agenda. Okay, but we're getting into debates. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council requests the Deputy City Manager, Corporate Services, to report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee in 2019 on the status of existing and potential academic, nonprofit, and private partnerships for Transform TO, and in addition, any actions that are needed to meet the city's 2030 greenhouse gas reduction targets. I just want to start by thanking Budget Chief Gary Crawford and my colleagues on the Budget Committee, and thank them for guiding me through this first budget process that I've been part of here at City Hall. As part of the committee, I attended deputations in both Etobicoke and Scarborough, and I was really happy to hear strong support for action on climate change at both locations. This really shows that the City of Toronto can be a leader in the fight for climate change, especially when we're seeing pushback at the provincial level right now. So my motion is just exploring ways that we can continue to stay at the leading front of climate change, the fight on climate change. And in addition, I will point out that Councillor Layton in the Budget Committee put forward a motion that we also look at our targets following on the October Copenhagen climate change meeting, the Mayor's 40 Summit, and so I look forward to hearing back the report on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's not on there anymore.
Is she not?
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am moving a supplementary report, and I am moving a motion. If I could have my motion, and I'll start talking about the motion. So the motion is actually this is the supplementary report. The motion is actually to reaffirm what I think, this is the motion, reaffirm what I think has been the commitment from this council. We, back in 2013, embarked in a capital plan with Toronto Community Housing. And at that point, we said that it was going to be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and for years I've been working and calling on the other orders of government to come forward and support us on ensuring that we continue to finance the backlog, the repair backlogs at TCHC. We have a big application in front of the federal government. Staff have been saying that. Conversations are going on between our staff and the other orders of government as well. Our mayor has been advocating strongly on that. But one thing is that since 2013, we've embarked in a capital repair backlog that in the last 2 years, last year and this year with this budget, is actually finally opening some of the units that we saw closed due to repairs not being done. Last year, there were 140 units that were open. This year, there's going to be 109 units that are open with this budget. This council also voted to have an interim financial plan that for the first time in the history of TCHC actually saw the city putting capital money directly in TCHC. We approved that. That was to 2018 and to 2019. We will be having a new funding formula coming forward in this year. And I've asked staff during executive as well, and they've confirmed that that will feed into the budget process as well. So depending on the conversations that we're having, the needs that we'll have arising from any or a lot, we hope, or some results of those conversations, some money will be needed, again, from the City of Toronto. And what this motion actually is saying is that that will be a priority. We are heading, I think, in the right direction. For many, many years, I think the city has always felt like Toronto Community Housing was this corporation, and finally, in the last few years, has acknowledged that we also have a role to play. We've assumed that role. We're working with the other orders of government. With regards to the budget, and on my 2 minutes left, I want to touch on a couple of points that actually other councillors touched in here as well. And that is, we talk a lot of the budget and we talk a lot of the services, but one thing that I believe that people really want us to think through as we're going to some of these services is actually, can we do some of these services better? And let me tell you how I came to this. It's this snow clearing service. So when I looked at the budget, there's actually been an increase at the budget. So throwing just more money at this issue, when some people try to make it seem that the reason why we have this is because we haven't increased taxes and we haven't created revenue tools, and that might be the case to a lot of issues we have at the city. But this one, we've actually increased the budget over the years. So I think that as we're going through this exercise of creating the budget, we have to also ask ourselves, are we doing this the most effective way? Because that's what people really want from us. I have no doubts that we need to go to Torontonians and have a serious conversation about the revenue in this city. The city is growing at a very fast pace. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us, and we're going to have serious conversations with the people of Toronto. And it's not about 0.2% on the taxes or 2% even on the taxes. It's going to be bigger than that. If you want to deal with $30 billion of backlog of the TTC, if you want to deal with the backlog of growing housing and so on, it's not going to be tinkering with that. And for that, to have those conversations, people need to see that we're actually serious in looking into how to deliver the services. Because they want to see that we're looking at, am I getting the best service that I can? Are they really looking at how to do things? Because sometimes just throwing more money and doing things the same old ways that we're doing things, it's not the way that we need to do things. And again, I say this as somebody that believes that we need more revenue in this city, because that's the way that we're going to solve the big questions and actually respond to the growth that the city's doing.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. I was just...
I know. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a number of motions here, and I'll just move them and then sit down. Thanks to my seatmate for the support. I'm just waiting. There we go. There we go. That's the first one, which I spoke about earlier and asked the general manager about the lights at Ashbridges Bay. The money is there already. It's simply a matter of if we can expedite that, we should do that for the regional skateboard park. And this is what was agreed to try to put the $130,000 for the shuttle into Tommy Thompson Park this year, but that's proved impossible, so to move this off to the 2020 budget process. This is about the libraries, where we are going to apparently have a number of hours where they will be staffless, and this is of a concern, and I would like to see if we could put money in to staff them. If council doesn't approve that, I would like to make sure that we're tracking any safety issues that may arise from a staffless facility in smaller facilities. You realize that Swansea and Todmorden are already in community centres that don't have a lot of staff wandering around to start with. So we may have a safety and health issue there, but we'll have to come back. This is about the sidewalks, and quite frankly, there are sidewalks in my ward and perhaps other wards that meet this criteria that aren't being plowed, and they are immediately adjacent to sidewalks that are being plowed. So I'm very concerned about the fact that there's a fairness issue here across the city, and particularly across the jurisdictions of old legacy cities and the new city, and how things got extended to some streets and not others. I think we need to be concerned about that. This is about, this was in there, it's got to do with the Tommy Thompson Master Plan and getting things ready to turn the park over, but it should be in accordance with the provincial order in council from 1995, so I've amended that. And
sure you got enough, eh?
Yes, and last is the accountability officers. I did ask, and I hope everybody heard me asking Ms. Oppler, our ombudsman, what the percentage of time her office spends on Toronto community housing issues, tenants phoning, and she said 30% of the work there is tenants calling. And we haven't improved her budget at all, but what I would like to do is ask the city manager and the board for Toronto Community Housing to work together to try to find a way to fund some additional resources. There is no ombudsman at TCHC, and that's fine, but if tenants of our housing company are calling, they actually do need to be serviced, and perhaps we need to make sure there are staff complement in her office that can manage the volume. So those are the motions I'll put before you tonight. I know that the Speaker would like to get out, so I won't speak anymore. I'll just ask for your support for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday has a question.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Just for clarity on the motion regarding the ombudsman, I wonder if it's the councillor's intent to indirectly direct the ombudsman to focus her investigations on Toronto community housing, and if the councillor thought that was a problem, to give that sort of direction to the ombudsman about where it is she should put her resources and what types of things she should investigate.
Councillor, I very much appreciate you asking me that question, because I have had this conversation with the clerk, who was concerned that it might look like I'm directing the ombudsman, and I certainly am not directing the ombudsman. I only think it's this council has to make sure that our ombudsman has enough resources at her disposal in order to manage the 30% volume that she told us she has. Should she not need it, I'm sure she will tell people that. I'm not telling her that she has to work with TCHC. She told us that of all her calls, 30% are basically from tenants and related to Toronto.
Thank you. On your motion regarding snow clearing, you established essentially a checklist from the guidelines.
Sorry, Councillor, if I can interrupt. That's not my checklist. That's the City of Toronto checklist.
No, but your motion contains the checklist. So
Yes,
it's a checklist. Is it your intent to use this checklist as guidance on where the snow plowing needs to take place?
It is my intent, Councillor.
Yes or no?
Pardon?
Yes or no?
Can I not answer it?
Yes or
in the
no?
way I'd like? No, I'm not in court.
Are you allowing this to go on?
Was it yes or no question?
I'm not in court.
Okay, how about a better question?
I'd like
How
to
about
say
the,
this.
Sir, please allow the councillor to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is the criteria for snow clearing. And for some reason, even though it's the city's criteria, streets that meet that criteria are not being cleared. That is of concern to me. I hope it will be of concern to other councillors. And whether or not, no matter what this review shows, or if it gets done in time or anything else, I strongly believe that if you meet the criteria, it should happen.
And I wondered if the councillor caught the General Managers of Transportation's answer when that question was asked, when the criteria was actually beyond the list and had to do with the interconnectivity and the routing of the snowplows, not necessarily whether or not a street, because if a street was on the far end of the ward, I wondered if she caught the answer, was the question at the leading edge.
I will answer. Yes, I did hear that. And the fact is that there are streets like, I'll just say Strathmore, that cross a major arterial, that would be Coxwell, and gets cleared on both sides, whereas there's a north-south street called Monarch Park, the south end, which meets the criteria, which does not get cleared, and the north end, which does not meet the criteria, and it gets cleared.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a report request motion that is not coming up on the screen. I don't know if this is cutting into my time. It seems to be. Shall I just
Do we
read
have
it
a
aloud?
motion?
Can I? Thanks.
Okay.
There we are. The City Council requests the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to present to the Budget Committee in the fourth quarter of 2019 a proposal for a phased approach to restoring the annual capital from current contribution to 10% of the tax base by 2022, and a phased approach to reducing the amount of municipal land transfer tax attributed to the operating budget to an amount equivalent to 4% of the tax-supported operating budget by 2022. Madam Speaker, I'll explain that to you in a minute, Councillor Pasternak. Madam Speaker, when I used to work in the bank, right around the corner from here was a bank teller, and we had a funny old character bank manager, and I don't know if people know this, at the end of the night, the branch must balance. Everything that happened there that day has to balance to zero and go in a bag, and off it goes to the data center. Now, of course, it goes digitally off to the data center. We had to load it into a bag. The manager would run around and make sure we were balanced, and there was usually one or two issues, and you knew you were going to have to do a backdated transaction the next day and fix it all the way. So he would say, as we were sealing up the bag and zipping it, he would say, cross your eyes a little bit, this thing is balanced. And then he'd zip it closed. What he meant by cross your eyes a little bit was, if you cross your eyes just a little bit, what you lose is depth perception. You're not looking too deeply at it now. There's a couple of issues here. But if you cross your eyes a little bit, it's balanced. And that's what we're doing today. Whether we adopted the budget with none of these motions, or we use all of these motions, it's only balanced if you don't look too hard. It's only balanced if you stick to that dictionary definition of estimates. This is just a vision and an estimate. But it's sort of balanced because we sort of think we'll get money from the feds, and if we don't, we sort of think we can draw on reserves. We think we can find $10 million more in savings. We haven't made any cuts. But if I look into the analyst notes of all of these staff, in the analyst notes, there's cryptic little things that say things like base efficiency, $3 million. And if you ask, what's that? $3 million is a pretty big base efficiency. Are any human resources going to disappear this year? What is your gapping ratio? How many people, when they retire, will not be replaced? And we couldn't quite, in the time allotted in a post-election budget, we couldn't get right to it. There is no question in my mind that we're going to feel it. By the end of this year, we're going to feel it. We're going to know what a base efficiency is of $3 million in a department. The one I'm using by example is economic development. We'll know what the $3 million base efficiency was, truly, by the time we're looking at the 2020 budget. I could move motions of the things that bug me. I could move a motion about that one, but I'm not going to. I don't feel that I can responsibly do that. I am harping on this issue of capital from current because I started here in 2003 when every time you did an informal review with every division, they sat there, and Ms. Levita knows this, they came before us in our little review teams and they would say, okay, but if you could just give me a little holiday, if I could shave off some of the CFC, I'll meet your target. That was at a time when we didn't have land transfer tax. The provincial upload hadn't been done yet. We were poor as church mice, and we had to really, really be rigid with them and say, we've got to get to 10%. We have things we have to do, we have debt we have to take on, and we have to be able to make principal plus interest payments and keep a sinking fund in a responsible position. We have to. But we're taking a break from that this year. That's what you heard the budget chief say. And I truly don't believe that we can simply correct it in 1 year. So I think the Budget Committee has to right now determine that we've taken a break that you can't fix in 1 year because no one here is willing to look at any magic pot of money. The VRT motion that Councillor Layton moved is going to fail. I'll vote for it, but it's going to fail, so that's a no risk for me. But there is no magic pot of money going into next year, and so I'm asking staff to tell us how we could do it over a phased point in time. We're doing something today that only works if you cross your eyes up a bit. How are we going to get back by the time we next have to go to the polls and say we responsibly got back to where we should be financially?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief. I have a motion I'd like to put on the screen with regards to Division 0. And before I'm waiting for that to go up, I'd like to thank Councillor Crawford, our Budget Chief, and the committee for all the hard work they did. I know it's a lot of work, and I do appreciate it, and I know my colleagues do also. So this is with regards to Division 0, that City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Service to report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee in the second quarter 2019 on any options available to expedite the implementation of Division 0, including but not limited to, and they're on the screen. Vision 0, I know, is not just important to my ward, to everybody's ward. I know everyone's fighting for stop signs, speed bumps, traffic lights, crosswalks, and I've been all over our transportation department to get these in. They've been approved, but some of these are 2 years behind. So I'm just looking to help them out, to come back, to see if there's any other resources to help expedite this, because I know it's an important issue for everybody as we get busier in this city. This Vision 0 is very important. So That's one of the top issues in my ward. I'm sure it's at the top of the list in your wards also, so I just want to see if we can get that report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a couple of motions to move, and I'm going to ask for the one on the garbage first. I don't know if it's A, B, or C. On the solid waste rebate.
We're not, oh, the rebates, okay.
Yep. Thank you. And so I'll paraphrase this motion that we're asking a report to Budget Committee to look at in the 2020 budget process on a revised solid waste rebate phase-out plan, which looks at the single-family homes and offers a pause next year and then stretches it out. And I'll talk about that in a minute about why I think that's important. And this is cost neutral, I will remind everybody. If I may have motion B. Motion B is a two-parter. Motion B asks to delete item number 61 that looks at the insourcing of snow services. But should that motion fail, I am going to ask that the report be enhanced with some further information. And so if the deletion of 61 fails, then I would like to amend 61 so that we get some additional information that talks about our current contracts, the cost of canceling the contracts, the cost of purchasing or leasing or supply of equipment, all of the facilities, and all the salary and ancillary costs to traveling down such an endeavor. So we'll go back to the first one. You know, one of the largest things that I struggled with this budget is the hole we are in because of the choices that we made regarding our reliance on the municipal land transfer tax. And one of the things that struck me in the budget is our policy on our rebates on garbage. Long ago, we switched to a rate-based model. I understand that. I appreciate that. That's a user pay model, and in many ways, that offers a great deal of transparency to the citizens of this city. They understand what they're getting and what they pay for, and they can judge how their government is doing accordingly. What I do take exception in this report on is the phase-out of that rebate and the pace at which we're doing it. This year, the rebate is being phased out quite aggressively. It had not been phased out last year. It had been phased out in the years prior. And my concern is this is a bottom-line impact to citizens of the city. So what I would propose to do in the plan before us and from the city manager, he wanted to do this over 4 years, to continue the phase-out plan. I find that maybe there's an opportunity to be a little bit less aggressive on that and offer a reprieve next year as part of a plan, and to look at stretching out the phase-out for these residences over a longer period, and essentially ensure that garbage rates only increase by 10% each subsequent year. It still gets us to the place we want to be. It just does things over a slower period of time. I think it's a fair way to treat citizens in the city, recognition that it's not just our property tax bill that is the impact on citizens, but it's also the rate-based services that we pay, and they have to be looked at together. And understanding that, maybe $100 doesn't seem a lot to some of the councillors here, but it is a lot to ask citizens. And if we can do this in a slower way that makes life a little bit easier and more affordable for people in the city, I think it would be much better. And just on the second motion, we're looking at snow clearing. It's a $600 million contract. It's about $100 million a year to do this operation. It is massive. But the two things to understand about snow clearing, a large chunk of the contract has to do with the amortization of the equipment. That is, you got to go out and buy all these snow plows, you have to pay for them, and you have to maintain them. We rely on generally an outside service provider to do that. And the second part is the staff. And that means we would have to hire seasonal workers, they have to hire seasonal workers, they have to manage those people, they have to redeploy those people, they have to use those people to maintain the equipment. And at this juncture, I'm not sure that we could do that better by insourcing it. I don't think we can. I'm not necessarily that interested in going down that path with a report, but I respect that the will of council may be to examine that further. And in doing so, I hope they will just add the additional information that we need to have in that report so that we understand all of the costs, and that is to buy equipment, to take care of the equipment, to fuel the equipment, to store the equipment, to house the people that do the work, to do all the administration. I think it needs to be an all-in report so we understand the true cost of a $600 million endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Layton, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. This has to do with your motion related to the solid waste fee.
Yes.
The rebate.
Yes.
I'm sure you were in your seat, but you mentioned this, and I had asked a question about this. What was the tax equivalent to households? Were you aware that the staff said it was a 2% increase essentially to households that we were hiding within this fee transfer?
Yeah, I understand that, but that is in the budget before us. What I'm more concerned about in this motion is bringing a plan to Budget Committee. And again, I'm going to read it. It doesn't touch this year's, but it has more to do with the out years and what is the rate at which that is going to be phased out. And if you flip over to the report of another item, which is the solid waste plan, the solid waste budget item, it's not this one, unfortunately, you can see the table and you can see the pace at which it's going to be drawn out over the next couple of years. And my motion really asked to take a closer look at that, and I've circled on my page here, the staff are recommending a 4-year phase-out. I think it should be done over a longer period of time so that the changes aren't as abrupt to the citizens of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bailao, clarification of the motion?
Yes. I just want to clarify your motion that you put forward to delete a motion that I actually had moved at executive. And I just want to understand why you're so against us looking at different ways of delivering the service and actually finding out what's actually more effective and affordable for the people of Toronto.
Well, I did mention it in my speaking points, but I'll take the moment to elaborate. Given the amount of work and the type of work that goes into this, you need to procure equipment, you need to have that equipment, you need to store that equipment, you need to maintain that equipment. That's one big chunk of it. And then the second half is you have to bring in the people, you have to manage the people, you have to deal with it seasonally, you have to think about where the redeployments are in other parts of the year, and then you have to manage all of these services. I'm not convinced that we would do better by insourcing it.
But why not look at the facts? I mean, when we look at the facts, we actually are seeing an increase in the budget, in the snow removal budget, as we're contracting out more and more. Just looking at the data, I'd like to see is there a correlation or a relationship between these two? Why not explore that?
Because it's a seasonal service. My belief is that I'm doubtful that we would be able to do it better insourced.
So, but you
and
have
therefore,
no
I
facts
don't want to send. There's an economy in staff's time in all of this, and there's only so much load we can put on them to study this and study that.
So it's just your belief.
I think that the priorities are best served elsewhere, and in particular, examining some of the snow clearing services that we've got in reports before us. I'm not sure this is the priority to look at this point in time, especially because there's still time left on those contracts.
So we could go to Torontonians and say your belief proves that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion as well, that City Council reaffirm its ongoing commitment to funding 20% of the child care growth operating costs and request the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services to report back to the Economic and Community Development Committee following the release of the 2019 provincial and federal budgets. And I don't know if I was working on a friendly amendment. I don't know if it was ready yet with Councillor Wong Tam. Okay, so the mayor will probably have to move that.
Okay, well, they just got it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I could move it. I've already spoken with Councillor Wong Tam about it, and she's fine with it. I don't know if we just finished it.
Okay, I did put the time on hold.
But the mayor can. The mayor's speaking next, I'm sure.
Okay, there it is.
Oh. Okay, that, again, I've already spoken. I don't know where Councillor Wong Tam is. I've spoken with her. She's fine with that. They didn't need the full $186,000 for this program. $80,000. We talked to staff. $80,000 is fine. And they, again, it was just this is a better number, and everyone is fine with it. So she can ask me questions, but it was anyway, it's up there. First of all, as I said previously, I do want to thank our city staff coming out of an election year. A lot of work happens in putting together these budgets, and I just want to thank them for the exemplary work they've done. My staff, the mayor's staff, all the budget committee members, and of course the public. They did come out to speak to us, and we did hear them at the public deputations and through other various means. So I also wanted to thank them as well. This is a balanced budget. It's been a tough budget year, understandably, because we started off the beginning of this process $83 million short because of the, unfortunately, the underproduction of the municipal land transfer tax. But what this budget does, and when we began the process, when the city manager actually began the process, he wanted, number one, keep property taxes at the rate of inflation. We have achieved that. But the other thing was they wanted to preserve and protect the city's services. That was a critically important part of the process, and we have done that. Not only have we done that, but we have also increased investments in the budget. There's over $50 million of new investments. And those investments are in the TTC, the police, libraries, Toronto Community Housing. We are actually opening up more units this year in Toronto Community Housing, and we're putting over $160 million into that. And we're looking at a lot of our commitments, whether it's poverty reduction, whether it is youth equity strategy, Transform TO, or the arts. We are investing in all of these strategies. Now, there's a lot of conversations about wanting to do more, and in a lot of these strategies, and poverty reduction would be the first one I will bring to your attention. We're going back and looking at where Phase 2, 2.0 is, and a lot of the comments and a lot of the what are we going to be doing next, and there's some motions here that indicate that. We're going to be looking at that in 2019. And we've had to make some tough choices. We've had to look at some priorities, and no matter what budget you do, whether it's this one, small, large, corporate, you need to make choices. And we have made some choices. We have set some priorities. At the end of the day, we cannot, I've learned this in this role, you can't please everybody. As much as you try, we try to find a balance. We try to make sure it's fair, it's responsible, and it's affordable. And I think we have achieved that, as the mayor has said. And I want to remind everybody, too, a couple of weeks ago, Moody's, our credit rating, one of the credit rating agencies, maintained the city's AA1 credit rating. They applauded us for our sound governance and prudent fiscal planning. But I will mention one thing, and Moody's mentioned that too, is the one area we need to look at more, if anything. There are a number of areas we need to look at in priorities, but I think we really need to look at our capital backlog. I know Councillor Perks has commented on that, and he is right. I think that's the one area we need to look. I know. Somebody better pick up Councillor Perks. We need to look at that more seriously over the next number of years. But understanding, when you look at the first of all, we have a 10-year plan. We're going to be spending $40 billion. Now, that's not enough, understandably. We look at our capital every year, and we do make adjustments. This year, I mean, every year we actually spend more, but we need to look at other ways of how do we achieve that. Now, when you look at the capital backlog, the two biggest ones, Toronto Community Housing and TTC, and what those two are, it shows that we cannot do this alone. We cannot put it on the backs of the property tax base. We need partnerships. We need partnerships between the province. We need partnerships with the federal government. That is how we're going to be able to achieve and look at that. And I know the mayor's been working incredibly hard over the last 4 years at that, and we have seen a lot of success, but we need to do a lot more. When I'm looking at things in the budget, and we've heard some of these, and as we heard what's not in the budget, but I want to talk to you a little bit about what is in the budget. We are fully funding Transform TO. $410 million in childcare, almost 30,000 subsidies we are providing for, over 5,500 this year. We're looking at, on a poverty reduction, over $180 million, $17 million, that's already been mentioned. Talk about the Fair Fare Pass. There is extended hours for our libraries. There's more youth hubs. We are doing increased investments in student nutrition. And then when you're looking at the TTC, over the last 4 years, we've increased funding to the TTC by about 31%, or $175 million. And capital we've increased by $258 million. We have the hop-on, hop-off 2-hour transfer. We've added bus routes. We've added bus routes for off-peak and peak. We have 7 brand new express routes. So there's a lot happening. We look at the police and what we've been doing with the police. And again, I mentioned Toronto Community Housing. we are doing a lot. We are investing a lot. Yes, we need to do more, but I think we are doing well as we move forward. I wanted to make a quick comment on some of the motions before my time is up. I'm not going to be supporting any motions that use any reserves. Now, whether that's this tax stabilization reserve or the vehicle reserve, I think those are the two I saw. Won't be supporting that because all those funds are already committed. And I also want to make a quick comment about with regard to the policies and plans. We have a lot of strategies, reviews that we're doing. You look at the amount of motions here. A lot of these motions, I've seen this in years past. I don't know if the budget process is the right place for a lot of these. It happens to be we need to do them here because there's really nowhere else to go, but we need to look at better ways to move these plans, these reviews outside of the budget process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a question for you. Clarification, Councillor Perks.
Yes, I want to better understand the motion on childcare. Could I have it up, please? I don't think it's been circulated yet. Reaffirm. Okay. So here's what I'm trying to understand. My memory, and unfortunately Janet Davis is not on the council anymore, so I can't go and ask her to confirm my memory, is that some of the child care funding that we have comes from one-time money that will eventually run out. And as a result, if we approve your motion, the possibility becomes that in future this means you're cutting the child care budget because the contribution from other governments won't be the same. Is that what your motion does? It commits us to cutting the child care budget in the future if either the federal or provincial governments reduce their contribution?
No, first of all, no, Councillor, not at all. I mean, I think the intent is to live up to the commitment that we've done with the 20%. In the event, and this is why I wanted staff to report back, in the event that there are changes from federal or provincial support that could impact that, I want us to know that because my intent is not to do that. If the provincial government reduces subsidies, I am not intending to do it, but I want staff to report back.
So to be clear, if something does happen and in order to maintain the number of full fee spots and the number of fee subsidies available to Torontonians is diminished because of some federal or provincial action, you wouldn't be saying, oh, we got to cut ours too.
No, absolutely not. If anything.
All right, I just needed to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Yes, I just need to clarify a comment. The budget chair said that he will not support any of these motions that are draws from reserve. And I just wanted to know if he could specify, do you mean the various reserves? What about the motions that are drawing on the exact same reserve that you drew on when you added things at wrap-up?
I'm trying to think what reserve that would be.
Well, there are a couple of motions in here that in fact increase the reduction in capital from current, which is how you funded some of the things that you just touted. We added a bit of library hours and youth expenditures and such, using a 1.4 and change draw from an increase in the reduction in capital from current. So if that's the source, are you okay with those?
So with regard to the capital from current, we have, yes, we did take a pause on the capital from current, and we have used a portion of that as a balancing strategy. That we did. I do know when we're looking at the numbers, I don't have the specifics. We are very close to the point that if we put any more, use the CFC anymore, we are in jeopardy of actually losing.
Okay, that's.
But I just want to
no,
clarify.
Councillor Carroll, that's not clarification of the motion.
Oh, right, that was.
Okay.
That was my speech. That was
Yes.
my statement, yeah.
Well, the rules are you ask for clarification on making your point. Okay. Okay, that's what happens, yeah. Mayor Tory, last speaker.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try not to repeat things that I said earlier on in introducing the budget today or that others have said during the course of the discussion today. I believe in my heart, especially when you look at the alternatives that were in front of us in a challenging budget year, that we have come forward here under the leadership of Councillor Crawford with a budget that is balanced and responsible. We placed, and I can tell you the very first meeting I went to in the spring of last year, long before the election and long before we're sitting here today, that we placed from the beginning a premium on not cutting services. And we didn't even know then the extent to which there was as big a problem as ended up being the case with the land transfer tax revenues, because I did not want to be even a co-author or an advisor on a budget that cut services. And secondly, we discussed at that time, way back then, with our staff colleagues and with Councillor Crawford, the need to continue to make as much investment as we could in priority areas. I think today was a very thoughtful discussion, and I think there are actually not that many of the motions that came forward in this second, I'll call it the second part of the debate, on the actual operating and capital budget as distinct from the tax level, that involved proposals to spend a lot more money, because I think, and I don't want to speak for anybody else in the room except myself, but I think people generally understand that our situation is not flush. It was a difficult year because of the land transfer tax, and I think the people, more importantly than whether we understand it here, understand this is not the year in which they're going to expect that we are going to be launching a lot of new initiatives or bringing substantial increases to those that are even in priority areas. And I want to just briefly address this notion that somehow we're benefiting the wealthy people at the expense of those less fortunate. The fact of the matter is that the $60 million, to go back to the tax rate discussion, the $60 million that the tax increase that Councillor Perks proposed, the pockets that would have come out of the pockets of a lot of people that we meet every day who themselves are living on the edge. They are not wealthy people. They are people who are living in a home, and maybe they are house rich to some extent, but they're living in a home. They're desperately anxious to stay in that home for a whole bunch of reasons I think we all understand. And they are just living on the edge in terms of the affordability of the city. And so I think we run a real risk when you just assume all those people are wealthy, that you could put some of them over the edge that they're living on and make them become clients of the programs that we were talking about funding today. And when you look at the commitment the budget does make to significant increases or to significant maintenance of funding, no cuts, and increases in many cases of these programs, you in fact find that as contrasted, for example, with the $60 million in which you could call foregone revenue by not increasing taxes by another 2%, we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars this year to help, and rightly so, people who are struggling. We are spending money on the Fare Pass, including new money. We are spending money on kids ride free on the TTC. We are spending money, including new money, on the hop-on, hop-off transfer, new in the sense it's substantially increased for the full year over last year. We are spending money on the TC-HC subsidy. I think the number is $243 million, plus a gigantic capital investment in the repair of that housing. We are spending money on the student nutrition program. And in each case, I will acknowledge that the amount we increased it by may not be up to the levels we increased it by in future years as we continue to make progress. The best evidence we had the other day was in terms of the TTC. I would much rather that we could afford to give much more. But the fact is, contrary to what is commonly believed, the percentage met by the fare-paying customers, even after a fare increase this year, on my watch as mayor, on our watch together, has gone from 72 to 67%. It's going in the right direction. And I think that by having a budget as we've done, where we achieved and performed that balancing act, I think is one that is the right course to have taken. We could have adopted an approach starting in the spring when we knew we would have some financial problems, and as it got worse in the fall, and said we're just going to cut $80 million or more in services. We did not do that. We could have even taken the position we were going to freeze all services. We did not do that. What we did was brought in a budget that brought in a tax increase at the rate of inflation, and at the same time managed to take priority areas and invest more in them. Not as much as any of us perhaps would like, not as much as you'd like to do to make an even bigger dent in the problem, but we were where we were. The last thing I want to just address in the few seconds left is that the real challenge that I think we have in front of us, and I take this as a personal challenge that I've been working very hard on, is to make sure that we continue to build those partnerships with the other governments on transit, on housing, on supportive housing, on TCHC, on mental health, on community safety. I've been working very hard on that, and that is my job as the mayor. But I think the part that we don't acknowledge often enough, and I don't mean acknowledge it to me, but acknowledge to each other, is we've actually made a lot of progress on that. We have partnerships now that are much more meaningful than they were 4 years ago, and I think there's much more to come. I am optimistic that we're going to have partnerships that are bigger and stronger with these governments to help us build the city. This is the economic engine of the country. This is the opportunity centre of the country. We have to work hard to spread that opportunity out to parts of the city that are not able to take advantage of it at the present time. But we have to keep that going, that we're the economic engine of the country and the opportunity centre, and I think that's something that's a big part of our pitch to the other governments. And so I just hope that we can continue to build on those partnerships, to have their greater partnership and support with us in all of those areas that I mentioned, so that we can keep building up this great city where we have taken an approach that shows that we're a caring city, and that we are not going to sort of just take cuts with a pencil and just go through lines as is done elsewhere. So I commend this budget to you. I thank the Budget Chief again for all of his incredible hard work, and his staff, my staff, and most important of all, the city staff who did most of the work on this, and the team is here, and many, many others, of course, who aren't here. Josie, thank you, and Heather, and Chris, and all the people that worked on this. And thank you for what I think has been a very constructive debate so far on these items today, and I commend this budget to you and some of the motions that Councillor Crawford made reference to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So the staff is going to put the list on the screen, on the order of the votes. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess to get members of council to put all their motions in order. Everybody ready? Okay, and I'm going to give members of council the fastest way to do your motions. Take your motions, put them in numerical order, and when you get the sheet, all you have to do is flip, 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 flip. It takes you 5 minutes to do it. Well, it took me a minute and a half. I used to work in a bank, and I did a lot of bingos too. And I balanced all the time to the penny. I was never short. I used to call numbers as well, yes. Those bingo balls were very difficult at times. They were flying out of my hand. Okay, so our first motion. Oh, before we start, do you want to do these, the conflicts first? At the end? Okay. 3B. Oh, on favor? Carried. You want recorded? Well, there was a request for recorded.
Councillor McKelvey, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
Motion 3B carries. The vote is unanimous, 25 in favor.
Motion 4A. On favor? On favor? Carried. 4B. On favor? Carried. 4C. Recorded? 4C recorded.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Motion 4C carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
5A. On favor? Carried. 5B. Recorded for 5B.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Motion 5B carries. The vote is 14 to 11.
5C. Recorded.
Motion 5C carries. The vote is 18 to 7.
5D. All in favor? Recorded.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you.
Motion 5D carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
6A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Motion 6A does not carry. The vote is 6 to 18.
6B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 7 to 18.
6C. Recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please.
Motion 6C carries. The vote is 18 to 7.
Yeah. 6D. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
Motion 6D does not carry. The vote is 5 to 20.
6E. Recorded vote.
Motion 6E does not carry. The vote is 8 to 17.
8B. Did recorded vote?
Councillor Perks, please.
Motion 8B carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
8C, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you.
Motion 8C does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
18B, recorded vote.
Motion 18B carries. The vote is 20-5.
8D,
As amended.
okay, so
So now
Oh.
it's 8D as amended.
8D as amended.
And then it'll come up when I put this.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Lai, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, please, and Councillor Bradford.
Motion 8D, as amended by motion 18B, carries. The vote is 20-5.
Ten, 10B, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please.
Motion 10B does not carry. The vote is 8-17.
Ten C, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Motion 10C does not carry. The vote is 8-16.
14C, recorded vote. We've already voted, Count. Okay.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Matlow.
Part 1 of motion 14C does not carry. The vote is 7 to 17.
Okay. Part 2.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Thank you.
Part 2 of motion 14C carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
14E. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
Motion 14E carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Motion 17B does not carry. The vote is 6 to 19.
Motion 1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please.
Motion 1 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Motion 2A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 2A does not carry. The vote is 8 to 18.
Motion 2B. All in favor? Recorded? Okay.
Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Matlow, please. Thank you.
Motion 2B carries. Carries. The vote is 20 to 6.
Motion 2C, recorded vote.
Councillor Ford and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 2C carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Motion 3. Motion 3A revised. Recorded vote. Oh, you need to split it? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tang, please.
Part A of motion 3A carries 25 to 1.
Okay, Part B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Part B of motion 3A carries 25 to 1.
7A. On favor? Carried. 7B. Recorded.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Motion 7B carries. The vote is 19 to 7.
Motion 8A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 8A does not carry. The vote is 10 to 16.
Motion 9. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Ford, please.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Grimes.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Motion 9 does carry. The vote is 23-2.
Motion 10A, recorded vote.
Motion 10A does not carry. The vote is 9-17.
Motion 11A, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, and Councillor Perruzza, please. Thank you.
Motion 11A carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 11B, on favor. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Filion, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza, and Mayor Tory, please. Thank you. Councillor Filion, please.
Motion 11B carries. The vote is 19-7.
Motion 11C, on favor. Carried. Motion 12. We'll put it on the screen first. On favor? Carried. 13A. Recorded.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Councillor Matlow. Motion 13A carries. The vote is 20-6.
Motion 13B. On favor? Carried. 14A. On favor? Carried. 14B. Recorded.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Crawford and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Motion 14B carries. The vote is 20-6.
D, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Pertsa, please.
Councillor Pertsa, please. Motion 14D carries. The vote is 18-8.
Fort- 14F, recorded.
Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Perks, please, and Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Wong-Tam? Thank you.
Motion 14F carries. The vote is 22-4.
Motion 15, recorded.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Pertsa, please.
Motion 15 does not carry. The vote is 12-14.
Motion 16, on favor, split it? Who's asking for a split? So how do you want it split? Okay, let's vote on C. Recorded vote. We're voting now. We're voting on Part C.
Councillor Carroll, please.
It's the part that's highlighted.
Part C of motion 16 carries. The vote is 19-7.
Okay, so on A, B, and D, on favor, carried. 17A, recorded.
Councillor Pertsa, please. Councillor Pertsa, may we have your vote, please? Thank you.
Motion 17A does not carry. The vote is 7-19.
Motions Motion 17C. On favor? No, recorded vote?
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Perruzza. Tired of them already. There we go. Motion 17C does not, I'm sorry. Motion 17C carries 20 to 6.
Okay, motion 18A. Recorded vote? No. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
I'd like to, I have to change my vote on 13A. I'm sorry. I know it's a while, but I didn't want to interrupt the rest of the meeting.
On 13A? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher?
Since I was the one that asked for this, and I don't feel this fairly reflects what I had asked for, I'm going to have to vote no. So thank you. I'm changing my vote.
So you voted...
Oh, I thought you reopened it. Okay, reopen.
Okay, on favor of reopening? Carried. So on the item, so what is it, Councillor Fletcher, you want a recorded vote on it?
Correct.
13A.
And I keep telling them that.
Yeah, because...
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow?
The revote on motion 13A carries. The vote is 17 to 9.
Okay. So if I can ask a member of council, I've never asked this before, but there's one motion that I voted incorrectly that I would like to have it reopened, which is 14C Part 2. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson. Okay, all in favor? So if we can have it, it was Part 2. Recorded vote. I've asked for it to be reopened because I voted in error on that one. I know, this is the first time I've never made a mistake before.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
At least I admit when I make a mistake.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Ainsley.
Huh?
The revote on Part 2 of Motion 14C carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so members of council, if I can have attention, please. Councillor Perruzza, Mayor Tory. Okay. So we will take separate votes to allow members who have declared interest on aspects of the tax-supported budgets to leave the chamber. So on the item as amended, as it pertains to the provision of telephone, wireless, internet, television services contained in the Information Technology, Toronto Police, TTC, and TCHC budgets. Mayor Tory, you have an interest on that, so if we can vote on that, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The reason we're voting on it separately is because the mayor has an interest.
The item is amended as it pertains to various telecommunication services. Carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, on the item, as amended, it pertains to the provision of news summary services provided by Canada Newswire. Mayor Tory has an interest in that, so recorded vote.
The item is amended as it pertains to news summary services. Carries. 22-3.
Okay. Okay, Mayor Tory, you can come back in now. Councillor Pasternak, it's on the item as amended as it pertains to the Toronto Public Library. Councillor Pasternak has an interest on that. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor, thank you.
The item is amended as it pertains to the Toronto Public Library. Carries 24-1.
Balance of the item as amended. Recorded vote. Recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher, is there a problem? Okay, balance on the item as amended, recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak, you can come back in now.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The balance of item EX 2.5 as amended carries. The vote is 22-4.
Okay, so that's done. EX 2.2. This is the 2019 rate-supported budget for water and wastewater. Do we have questions? Do we have questions? No? Councillor Layton, would you like to speak?
I have a motion.
Okay.
It was advanced circulated. It's in front of you there. This is in regards to the industrial water surcharge agreements. It's generally speaking exactly the same thing we voted on every year for the past 7 years, except for legal has taken a look and reworded some of the language on the phase-in to still phase it in over a 6-year period. I hope you support it. I'm gonna go ahead and recycle this report from Watson and Associates that we requested years ago to demonstrate the cost of water in our system. And I'm just going to spend the next couple minutes thanking Lou for being patient with council as these 7 years went by. It's not a lot of money, but there's a really strong principle here, and it comes from a request from our AG. And I'm hopeful that it'll pass this time around. And if for no other reason, you'll vote for it, because then you won't have to hear me talk about it ever again. Thank you. And you have, did you do it? Did you give it to him?
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. There is a friendly amendment motion that I'd like to ask the staff to put forward, and I thought Councillor Layton was going to reference it, but I know you're excited because this has been 7 years in the making and so on, and simply what I wanted to do is to ensure that the Economic Development Department also works with water to ensure that the congruency with respect to the business and the concerns that they may have to address.
Okay, are there any further speakers? Okay, so we have the motion by Councillor Layton. Let's put it on the screen and let's ask for a recorded vote. I think you want it framed this time, Councillor Layton?
Sorry, they're both amendments.
Okay, motion by Councillor Layton. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pertza, please. Councillor Pertza?
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23-3.
You want to change your vote?
No, just on a, on a point of personal privilege, last year Councillor Layton said he would quit if it passed. And I just want to remind Councillor Layton about that.
Oh, so then we have the other motion by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? Carried. Okay, members, we will now take separate votes to allow members who have declared interest on aspects of the water budget to leave the chamber. On the item as amended as it pertains to the provisions of telephone, wireless, internet, and television services, Mayor Tory. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Pertza, please. Councillor Pertza, please. Thank you.
The item as it as amended, as it pertains to various telecommunication services, carries 24-1.
Okay, on the item as it pertains to the Blue Flag Program, Councillor Layton. Mayor Tory, you can come back in. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Thank you.
The item, as amended, as it pertains to the Blue Flag Beach Program, carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Balance of the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The balance of the item as amended carries 25-1.
Okay, our next item is EX 2.3, 2019 rate supported budget for solid waste. On favor?
No, you've got.
I don't think there's any motions. Was there an interest in this one? Oh, okay. On EX 2.3? Okay, members, now we will take a separate vote to allow members who have declared an interest in solid waste to leave the council chambers. On the item as amended as it pertains to the provision of telephone, wireless, internet, and television services, Mayor Tory. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Thompson.
Item EX 2.3, as it pertains to various telecommunication services, carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, on the balance of the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Bradford, your vote, please.
The balance of item EX 2.3 is adopted. The vote is 24-2.
EX 2.4, 2019 rate supported budget for Toronto Parking Authority. Councillor Perks to speak.
Speaker, I have two motions. The first is that City Council request the Toronto Parking Authority Board to request the President, Toronto Parking Authority, to provide a parking market analysis annually with its budget submission. And the second is the City Council requests the Toronto Parking Authority to request the President of the Toronto Parking Authority to cease its parking discounts related to the King Street pilot. That second one I've already given you my thoughts on, but the first, I want to speak to it for a moment. Now, part of the reason I'm moving it is that it's my profound hope that at every budget meeting I move one thing that the mayor votes for, and this is the one, Mr. Mayor. I want to explain why. When we get the Parking Authority budget, every third or fourth year, they include a market analysis saying parking lots charge this rate when they're owned by the city and that rate when they're owned by private companies. And in those years, we're able to make a judgment, oh my goodness, our parking rates are too low, we should increase them. But because it is not done annually, we are not in a position to do that in this year. This year, we simply don't know where we stand relative to the rest of the market. This isn't me prejudging what those rates should be in any given year. This isn't me saying that we should be at market rate or close to market rate or anything. It simply says this council should be in a position to be able to change the parking rates if the market for parking changes. And because I know you are all good neoliberals and love to watch except for Councillor Layton and I, this is an opportunity for all of us to vote together and do a great thing for the City of Toronto, including, I hope, you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Oh, most people wouldn't know.
Move a motion? Oh, okay. Okay. Councillor Holyday, you have clarification. You have a question?
I do, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Through you to Councillor Perks. I wonder if Councillor Perks would concede that the services provided by private parking providers and the city aren't necessarily exactly the same. For instance, the city often provides lots that are focused on an hourly rate versus a daily rate.
Yes.
And would Councillor Perks appreciate that there's a utility to the service that Toronto Parking provides to support businesses for those transitory parking needs that is different than the service that the private providers provide, and therefore a market comparison is very difficult?
No, I don't quite agree with the premise of your question, because the Parking Authority has done exactly the study you're describing, looking at what the market for hourly rates is, looking for what the market for overnight rates is in different parts of the city, and they did it, I believe, as recently as 2016, 2017. I forget which year. So it's not a difficult undertaking, and that is used to justify the budget that they provide to us, and the rates that they're proposing for their parking lots. So I'm not being prejudicial in any way about whether we want to be providing support to BIAs. I'm just saying something that they do every 3 or 4 years, they should do annually, so that we can make adjustments more frequently.
And through you, Madam Speaker, would Councillor Perks concede that the services could be different?
Absolutely.
On a whole.
I
on a
concede
whole.
it, and that's part of the study that they do every 3 years. I'm just saying they should do it every year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, members, this is the last item. Councillor Fillion, clarification of motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to see the motion on the screen, or Councillor Perks could hand me his copy, whatever is.
Which one? There was 2 motions.
So here's a roundabout way of getting at my concern, but you're asking for this as part of the budget submission.
Yes.
As opposed to at the time of adjustment of rates.
Yes.
And why would that be? The Parking Authority currently does a very thorough review of its rates, in fact spends a whole half a day on it.
Yes.
So...
I'm sorry, Councillor Perutz is being way too loud. I can't hear you.
Yeah. So would there not be a risk that if it came in this form that councillors would just start changing rates around out of political considerations?
So already there's a risk that councillors can start changing rates around for political considerations. I just want to be clear that this work was made available together with the budget submission of the Parking Authority, I believe in 16 or 17, Councillor, and I can't swear to the year. This just asks that it be done annually so that we can see when they're making their budget submission and proposing what dividend they're paying to us and whether they want to build any new parking lots, we can see how we're doing relative to the general market for parking. There is nothing here that adds to or subtracts from the amount of risk of Toronto City Councillors getting their hands into business that you might not want them in.
Okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. If I could ask that it goes up. Take a moment to explain it and then I'll offer my comments. So this focuses on some very specific items within the report. And I would like to draw members' attention to basically what it says. I'm going to paraphrase, but I'm not going to go through what it strikes, but it takes out a number of components that refers to City Council's position on bike share as a municipal service. And I think this is a very important philosophical question. And the second part of the motion has to do with the technical of the grant that is being sought here from the provincial government. And so I want to make sure I underscore this point. I'm very clear on my position on bike share. If you look deeper into the material, you'll learn that this year we're going to purchase about $7.5 million of additional bike share equipment. We're going to leverage $1.5 million of Section 37, Section 45 money to do that, and the provincial government's going to match the balance of it. So that's fine and dandy. It's going to expand a system that we've got that loses about $1 million a year. So we're going to expand something that loses money. And I've heard the arguments before that, you know, the bigger you make it, maybe you'll turn it around. But the very recommendations from staff here say that, and if you read them carefully, they say that, you know, this is going to be an ongoing need to make municipal contributions too. My fear is, you know, we're relying on unstable sources. There are other orders of government to give grants to buy this equipment. What happens on the out years when we're starting to have to contribute multiple millions of dollars to maintain the capital? I mean, these bikes don't last forever, whatever they are, 6 or 7 years, and they cost an enormous amount of money to replace. So my concern is if we don't stop growing the bike share program, we're going to be into tens of millions of dollars of capital on the out years. And, you know, we just went through a budget process today that is difficult to fund all these types of things. And I will point out, if you look at the distribution of bike share, it's focused only in a certain part of the city. Many, many parts of the city, especially in the suburban areas, don't benefit from the system or barely benefit from the system. I can't see it in the future of them benefiting anytime near. And so I think we should be very careful as a council on what endeavors we get into. I'm not sure that we should be, I disagree that we should be getting into the provision of bicycles as a municipal service and subsidize them either through the ratepayers of the parks who park or the municipal tax base is what could be inferred here. You know, there are other technologies out there. I know Councillor Layton has put motions out before for companies such as DropBike as just an example, but there are other providers that have talked to me and maybe other members of council that say, you know, look, we'd love to come to the city and provide our product at no cost to you. And I'm not saying any system is perfect or advocating for any system, but there are other options out there, and I hope maybe the Parking Authority will look at that over time. But at this point in time, I cannot see this as a wise business decision. This is very much a political one, and the statements that are contained in this report in the preamble to fixing these rates are really important, because we are taking a position as a council of whether we want to get into the business of the provision of bicycles across the city, and we're going to own the financial burdens for many, many years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
I'm going to be moving a motion as well. This is just directing the President of Toronto Parking Authority in consultation with General Manager, Economic Development Culture, and the General Manager of Transportation Services to report to Executive Committee on the impacts of adjusting Toronto Parking Authority rates to be in line with market rates. Great minds think alike. Counselor. Yeah, hey, great. Yeah, so basically we heard some of the challenges that TPA has been having this year, some of the budget pressures that Councillor Holiday was alluding to, and I think it makes sense to have a report back on what those impacts would be, recognizing that it's not necessarily the same services, apple for apple provided as private sector lots, but I would like to have that information. Just acknowledging some of the comments from Councillor Holiday, you will be pleased to hear that this year bike share is actually moving west. So out of the core, most of the investment this year will be moving west. And more, well, we'll have to look at the map together afterwards. I don't want to belabor it, but more than 90% of the original bikes from when the bikes were purchased are actually still on the road today. So they are doing better than 6-year shelf life. Active transportation is a critical part of our transportation network, and that's going to continue to grow, and that's part of being a 21st century city. People are moving in different ways, and it's important to have network and facilities in place to support that. Aside, this is really just a report to understand what the impacts of adjusting TPA rates to be in line with market rates. I think there's good prudence in that, and that makes sense for the City of Toronto to be looking at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Holiday, it's only a report request.
I want to make my question known. Councillor Bradford, you got it.
Sorry, do I stand up?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting lit up on Twitter.
I want to be clear on the intent of the motion. Is it based on the assumption that the market rates are higher than TPA rates, and therefore it would likely the rates would be raised in TPA lots? Is that your assumption on it? Is that you're entering into this process with that in mind? And it's okay if it is. I just want to know.
I think they might be. I don't know. I would like to have that information.
Are you
I guess
aware,
it would depend on the lot, the neighborhood, where you're at.
Are you aware that the parking ticket for violating the city's 3-hour bylaw is $15? And so in many cases it would.
But what's that got to do with there's a request motion?
Because if the rates rise in a TPA lot to over $15, that it's cheaper to risk getting a ticket.
So are you factoring into?
Are you aware of that?
Am I aware that the price of the ticket is $15?
Right. You are now.
No, I'm not. But now you've made that point.
And so will you support it if I try to get the ticket price raised? Because if the lot rates go up, then the ticket price needs to go up, or people will just park on the street because it's cheaper.
That might be something that could be illuminated in the report.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to speak briefly in support of Councillor Holiday's motion to defeat and delete the motion as it relates to declaring bike share as a municipal service. I had the responsibility and accomplishment of actually saving the Bixby Bike Share program. It was losing money. And we moved it over to the Toronto Parking Authority, and we found the money in another program. It was in the portable toilet program within the Astral Media budget. But the way we structured it was so that it would balance. And the idea was that we were going to have this bike program, but it wasn't going to cost the city any money. And so that works. That works in my view. I don't support the idea of declaring it a municipal service. This then will be an arrangement where we start to lose money. So it used to be we only expanded it where it made business sense, where we could actually just not make any money, but just not lose any money. And now we're going to start to lose money. And I only say rise just for a short time, just to remind everybody, because I think it's important to remind everybody, when we lose, when we lose that money, the Park Authority doesn't throw off that dividend. That dividend doesn't come to the city. We can't provide services. And people might say, so what, who cares? But within the context of all we talked about today, that's daycare spaces, that's skateboard parks, that's any number of programs that we're taking money away from. And so you can't consider this in the context of just on its own. This is an arrangement where we're going to take money away from all the other things that we would like to fund that we so desperately need to pay for. And that's why I believe that we shouldn't declare it a municipal service. The program should just expand as required, so we just don't use we just don't continue to lose money with this program. We have to break even.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Yes, I won't be supporting motions to attempt to bring parking authority rates too close to market rates, and I would really urge caution on that. The purpose of the parking authority is to provide short-term parking to help businesses, and once you get up close to market rates, if you're virtually the same as a private parking lot, there would be no reason for a parking authority to exist. Then we should get out of the parking business entirely. So I will not be supporting those motions. If people want to review whether or not we should have a parking authority, or perhaps whether it should be part of the TTC or something like that, I'm all for reviewing that, but we really shouldn't be messing around with parking rates. We're just fundamentally going against the whole purpose of having a parking authority.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Very quickly, I'm just going to echo those same sentiments as my colleague, Councillor Fillion, and remind councillors that in these days of digital buying, that all of the BIAs that we have across the city, all 81 or however many, I could look to Councillor Thompson, 81 BIAs that often rely on parking and parking rates for their success and to attract people still to come and shop in districts, that this is one of the levers that we have. So if we are going to price them out of coming, then I think we have a problem. And I don't think we should do this without a conversation with economic development, because it's related. So if anything, I should have referred that, but I didn't.
Okay, thank you. So, last speaker is Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking only because I wanted to explain to Councillor Perks why it is that I can only make him half happy as opposed to completely happy. Well, half a loaf, as they say, Councillor Perks, through you, Madam Speaker, is better than none. But I fully support his belief that if we're going to be in the parking business, that any self-respecting owner of a business, which is what we are, would be doing a full market analysis every year of the business, the market in which they're operating. And so, to me, the notion that this should be done every year, and I don't actually share the concerns of Councillor Holyday. I think when you do a market analysis, it fully takes into account the fact that different people have different rate structures and different purposes for their lots and whatnot, and I fully support the notion that a lot of our lots do in fact support small business, including on places like Bloor Street. When we put the bike lanes in, it was predicated on the notion that there was parking behind the shops in the lots we operated so that people could park their cars who chose to drive to those shops. So I support that part, and I'll be asking for it to be voted on separately. I don't support the second part only for this reason. I think it's premature, the part about the King Street pilot and the parking rates. I think we're doing a study of all the data, including data that Councillor Perks referred to, Madam Speaker, this morning when he mentioned this, and it includes the parking, I'm sure, as well as everything else. I've had a group of the business people in recently, and contrary to our assertion as a city with our data from Monaris that the councillor referred to, they say their business is down by more than that, and they say the parking hasn't helped, which might be an argument in favor of doing away with the discount, but I think we owe it to ourselves to do the full analysis of all the data we collected on the pilot, King Street pilot, and then if we decide as a council to deal with the parking as part of that resolution to that matter, then so be it. So I'll just vote against that only as being premature in the circumstances. I will make Councillor Perks, I hope, happy with that vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Councillor Holyday's motion first. Okay, do we want a recorded vote?
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Carroll, please.
Motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 4 to 22.
It's nothing to do with Friends. Okay, the next motion. Okay, 1A by Councillor Perks. On favor? Councillor Perks, do you want to record it both so you can, so did you want to frame your vote as well? No? Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, the next one. 1B. This is where we need a recorded vote. Is
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 8 to 18.
Okay, Councillor Bradford's motion. Who keeps saying carried? On favor? Recorded. I know, Councillor Grimes, we're near the end. I know it's very painful.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Councillor Layton, please.
Motion 3 carries. The vote is 20 to 6.
So now the separate votes?
Yeah, we have to do a separate vote. Okay, members, before we need to.
That one. Could you please reopen? I didn't read those final lines over there, and then I just caught them. Sorry.
Okay, motion to reopen.
Thank
On
you.
favor, carried. On the item, let's have another vote. Yeah, Councillor Bradford's motion.
Councillor Carroll, please, and Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Thank you.
The revote on motion 3 carries. The vote is 21 to 5.
Okay, members, we will now take separate votes to allow a member who has declared an interest on aspects of the Parking Authority budget to leave the chamber on the item as amended as it pertains to provision of telephone, wireless, internet, and television services. Mayor Tory. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The item as amended as it pertains to various telecommunication services carries 24 to 1.
Okay, balance on the item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The balance of the item as amended carries. The vote is 24-2.
Councillor Bradford, do you have a motion to introduce certain bills?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion is that leave be granted to introduce bills 397 to 399 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
The motion to introduce the bills carries. The vote is 25-1.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza? Thank you.
General bills, the motion to enact the general bills carries 25-1.
Councillor Crawford, do you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill?
Yes, I do. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 4 on March 7th, 2019.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries. The vote is 25-1.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Filion, please.
Motion to enact confirming bylaw carries 25-1.
Members, there is an event in the council chambers tomorrow morning for International Women's Day, so please take all your materials with you this evening so facilities can clean the chamber. I'd like to thank the staff, and I'd like to thank members of council, and job well done. Meeting adjourned.